What? What? I just started this. What now? Okay. So the problem is that I think we need to thin out some areas. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Is that follows? I don't remember. Is that follows? I don't know if that's follows or not. Hold on. Yeah, that's a follow. How long is that? Oh, that's way too much. That's too much. That would be annoying. That's good enough for now. No, we can't. Go back. We can't zoom in. God, it's so goddamn tempting to do that, but I can't zoom in. It's so goddamn tempting. Oh, hold on. You guys are not in my ear. I just realized you guys are in here. Oh, so Namek? Give her a follow. Yeah. That one's too low. Hello, Mono. What's up, bud? Hello. You doing okay? Doing alright, I think. Just trying to get this right. Doing my own studies. Alright, now I think the issue is that we need to fix some parts where there is a... I need to thin this down. It's a painting one. It's a painting. Can't zoom in, and I also have to paint it once I'm done. Try to understand the reference and think it through. But I realized there were some issues with the drawing where it needs to be more thinned out. Mainly. Yeah. This part needs to be good. Keep challenging yourself, bud. Keep challenging yourself. Go. The arm needs to be rotating tip, huh? Rotating tip. I hear you, bud. Sharper lines. The upper half needs to be more, I think. Bro. Alright, thank you, bud. I hear you. Ooh, okay. Your birthday? Yeah. Where is the... Here. Teach, have you played? No, I have not. I have not. Is that Never to Foreverness or something? So let's see here. ain't bad, nobody. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know what you're talking about. I see that, buddy. Okay, let me see. Okay, that's that. I think it'll be like this. Right here. And then let me see here. Yeah, sure, you can send them. Yeah, I love it, man. They need to have more F2, more. Like, what, like, there was another game that was supposed to come out at the same time, so, like, I'm not totally sure. Hold on. So, like, I wasn't too really sure. Like, I wanted to play that game at one point, but I was not totally sure if it was worth the time. Yeah, I thought about Nanta. Hey, hey. Okay. I can actually make this work, but I gotta be more precise with it. Hey, hey. Fuck. That your mom kid was such a mentally ill person. It's not funny. It was trying so bad to be seen. It's crazy. We got a real problem here in the West. People, cloud is a crazy drug, I tell you. Okay, let's see here. You can say that. I've been waiting for that, but I think they're taking way too long. They're taking too long. Let's see here. I think the arm here needs to be, it's too fattened. It needs to be skinnier. Oh yeah, I did. Hello, Dee Dee. What's going on? Money under the bed. The game is called Money Under the Bed. Is that is that a real game? Man the game. Man the wait. Why is that so? Is there like no? There's no. No, I think there is a game called that. No shit. Is there really a game? No way. What? Okay, I'll look up on the book. R still doesn't look right. Bah. Got you, bud. Let's see here. This, I think the arms. We gotta still fix everything else, but here. Let's see. Morse code. No! Man the game. Oh god. Is it crazy as a man to play man the game? Isn't that like super meta? Yeah, that sucks. I'm pretty sure woman the game is way more fun than man the game. Somehow. Black Souls too. Female the game. Female the game. Why is everything negative of being what a woman is? It's more of an understood time. Oh shit, that's crazy, bro. I love your art. Thank you, I appreciate it. We're doing a study, so trying my best to be as close as possible to the reference here. So a hard study. Yeah, I'll fix the face. Go. I think this needs to be straighter. Here. Yep. It should be. Now it's gotta be easy to do, but we gotta get the rest of the body first. The head can always be independently fixed. That's why I'm being very particular with the body first. Let's see the issues plaguing it. Let me see. But thank you, I appreciate it. And that person was so lonely. They wanted so much of another person wanted another piece of attention. They was just like, damn, you have to say the same Reddit thing twice. That was crazy. You know you're lonely, you have to say it twice, like, or 3 times. I think they say like 3 times. So that's crazy. That's crazy. Complex. I am so lonely. I hear the Carl Weezer meme one. I'm so lonely. Yeah, it's not perfect in that, but thank you. I need to get those colors in soon. That's what I may have to end up zooming because this is taking too much longer than it should. So, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Poisoned. Is that really a word? I have to do this. I can't do this anymore. I already forced myself not to zoom in, but I can't do it anymore. This is just taking longer than it should. So I can just get this done. I have things I have to get done. I'm wasting more time. Okay, so let me see so far. Can't do it anymore. But thank you, I appreciate it. I know, but I got time. I don't got much time. Right here. Right here. Oh, you just sent me a Gundam cosplay? That's cool, bro. Let's go, bro. If you need help with your art, you can always go to my my tutorials. They might help you out if you're having troublesome issues. Yeah, I know. Can't go back if you break the rules. You gotta deal with the consequences. You gotta deal with the consequences, bro. Oh, that one? I forgot what it's called. I think it's talking about the Hathaway one. Everyone who watched me does. It's weird when people go up to me and say, I draw too. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. I find it so weird when people go to my stream and be like, I draw as well. I'm like, that's like going to someone who plays video games and say, I play video games as well. I'm like, I assume 9 times out of 10 you play. It's so weird. I always find that weird. Right? It's kind of weird to me. Like, I don't even mean any disrespect, but it's like, if it sounds disrespectful, it's just like, I don't know why people do that. They'd be like, I like to draw too. I'm like, I'm pretty sure people watch me likes to draw. That's out of 10. I don't know why people do that. I never hear a gamer say, hey, I game too. I play the video games as well. To someone who's playing video games. I have. I have. I already did reactions on it too. A long time ago before it became an. We already knows that the manga's always better than the anime most of the time. Burger. Right? You talk to. I think the neck is a little thin. The birds told me what you did today. The birdie birds. No, they just want to be seen. They like the work. They actually like the work. Because if they didn't like it, they wouldn't say anything. They would just leave. They have to be seen. Burger dude. Damn, the squirrels are talking crazy about me too. Not the squirrels. Family. No, I use Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint is what I use. I miss you trying to draw faces. What were you trying to say? I think I can save myself some work if I can just... There we go.
Plug.
Plug. Hey, Seb. Yep, that's part of the study. Just doodles, just doodles. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. That's what you need to do, bud. Do what you need to do. No, we stopped. We had to go do other things. I was running on crazy fumes. I didn't sleep for like a day and a half. I was surprised I was even able to pull this off, and I was doing it at the time. So I'm cleaning it up. I can finally zoom. So it is what it is. Right here. Right here. Fuck! Studio agenda. What does that mean? Yeah, give it a try. Let me know if you liked them or not, or that was helpful. Feedback is nice. You can be honest about it too. Fucking fly needs to get destroyed, I tell you. The like button. Yeah, get rid of the face. Now, first thing, I want to fix the head. I see why they say not to zoom in. I see why they say do not zoom in. Because it throws everything off. You almost have to keep rearranging everything. Alright, let's fix this. It has a little bit of tilt, so we might have to fix that. Bro, this fly, yo. I already know that. Oh wait, the neck. Oh, I see. The choke has to be lower. Okay. Who's printing the ring? Gotcha. Dead. I did not see that one coming. Did not see that one coming. I'm doing a reference study. Oh, I forgot you guys can't see that. Ooh. We'll see. Yeah, that's how we do things. Bro, you named yourself Five Nights at 67. I find it always funny when it's the furry motherfuckers that have a problem with the anime shit. that is the funniest thing. I always found that strange. Oh, that is the funniest thing ever. They'll complain about the anime shit, but their furry degeneracy isn't the problem. Shit's crazy. Lack at the brain development, right? How much? That's just crazy to me. Hello, what's going on, my dude? Mother! How are you, mother? How are you, mother? I hope you're doing well. Actually, I gotta bring this. Oh, I see. Okay. Then it's... The neck needs to be higher. What? Hey, Leo. What's going on? Silhouettes. Silhouettes. What? I think that's a bad thing. How does that happen? How does something like that happen? How did you accomplish that? I got you. I'm here. Yeah, I did I had my water. I had my water. I got you. Thank you for checking, though. Thank you for checking. How are you doing, mother? I hope you're doing well. Hello. I don't know what it was they're trying to figure out. What I'm trying to figure out. Every time I sleep. Routine begins? And by routine, what routine? VPN. You know what I do? Nope, he's not here today. He's not here today. No, well, not right now, but he's not here today. Not that I know of. He's not here today. I think he's, doing Mikey stuff. Huh? Okay. That's good. You're making a series. Let's go. Is this a webtoon or is it an animation? A novel? Oh, a manga, I mean? Yeah, sure. There's a dent here. I'm kind of at the point where I want to give this another pass. Kind of want to give this another pass to a degree. I think it would be best. It will probably clean up most of the issues. Maybe I should do that. I'll think it through. Okay, now I think the head. Oops. Oh, that depends on the story. Did you? Wait, mine? Oh, I think that's normal. Thank you, Ange. I appreciate it. Thank you. But are you doing an animation, a manga? Like, because you said anime, so. Let's see. Playing W? Not sure what that means. Yeah, we have to flip this. We will have to flip this. Flip, 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 flip. Flip, 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 flip. It's not bad. Okay. Flip, 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 flip. Flip, 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 flip. Flip. It's not that bad on both ends, but it still needs work. Maybe I should give it a pass. I'll turn this down. Maybe I should give it a pass. Since I'm gonna zoom in. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off I should turn it off. Butterfly, butterfly, butterfly. Okay, what we're gonna do, we're gonna turn this off. I want this to not be that thick. I think that's something that needs to be more of a, for you to get people to voice your character, I think you gotta put auditions, something that they can sign up on. You just don't want to put any nobody and then they want to do it for 1 minute and then they don't want to do it the after, because you gotta get people who are not gonna take it seriously. So I suggest to put like some type of like people with auditions, they can audition for, so you know they're serious. You know, this makes more sense. You gotta do what you need to do. Do what you feel is best for your project. Let's call a study. It's not about getting it done. It's about understanding it. I don't know you're worried about that. I'm not trying to make a fan art. If I'm taking too long, don't watch. If speed's so important to you, go and use AI instead. Says in the title, it's a study. You're not trying to worry about getting it done, you're trying to understand. Now, if this was a commission, this would have been done within like, what, an hour? But because since I'm doing a study, I'm taking my sweet, sweet time. That's how I do my studies. Says in the title, we're doing a study. Okay, there we go. Oh, is that thing reading my ear? Stop reading my ear? It says, I'm your little butterfly, da da da. I was wondering if, okay. How is it going, Art? Pretty good. Sorry if I didn't respond to that. It's going pretty good, I think. The study is going pretty well. The part I'm dreading is the painting part. Oh my god, this fucking... It's not open, so why is it here? Go. And this is the... Okay, maybe I should zoom in on this one. Yeah, it looks a lot more cleaner if we do it this way. Point. There's no watch like the neck. Okay, now we're going to straight down. Hey PT, what's going on? And then straight down again. See how much more cleaner that is? Way better and cleaner. I like that. I like that. Awesome. Let's go. I'm alright. Probably do better, but I'm alright. Trying to finally finish this lesson we're doing. Yep, takes 10. There's a fly in my room somewhere. I don't think it's a fly, I think it's a mosquito. I think. Oh my god, damn. Will you stop moving around? Gosh, quite frank, why are you... Yes, it's very annoying. I don't know how they got in because the door was closed, the window's not open, so I don't know how the fuck. I don't know. It's been when I was not paying attention when I left to go to the bathroom. So hey, look what's going on. I need to see. Check out her. Soapy water? You mean those drain bra flies, I think? Hey Meg. Do I know you? The way you said that. Wait. Have you heard of... Oh, he's great. I'm leaving to Florida today. Wait, Lucky... wait, hold up. Meg, am I familiar with you? Do I know you? The way you're saying this, have you been here before? I'm not totally sure. Wait, you said a year ago? No, a while ago. A while ago. A while ago, okay. What's a while ago? Hello. Nope, it's not. Who's Rem? Who is Rem? Is Rem? Oh, okay. So you started talking to me like I know you. It's like, wait, why are you telling me this? Okay, if you're a year ago, like, don't mind. I don't mean to sound rude, but the way you said that sounded like you knew me. Just like. I was so confused. Okay. Yep. Too late now. Yo, Gotcha, bitch! So annoying. Flying around and shit. I'm also confused what's going on. Don't worry about it, it's nothing. It's a big nothing. Meg Parker. 14 on. Don't ring a bell. Name does not ring a bell. It does not ring a bell at all to me. Oh, Meg. But then again, this is a year ago, so forgive me if I forgot. You get thousands of people running through here. You get thousands of people that come in. Yeah. I'm streaming on TikTok. I was on Instagram, but no one was watching over there. I gotta get back on Twitch. I know everyone's been asking me, am I on Twitch? But when I go on Twitch, no one watches. No one watches on Twitch. I don't know how to build a art stream on Twitch. I think I'm better off just building games over there instead. I'm not to that point where I think I should just game on Twitch and that's it. I don't think I should do art on Twitch. I don't know how to build an art platform on Twitch, unlike the other platforms I already built on. I don't know if it's like an algorithmic problem or whatever the case may be. Hey, I'm always open for new friends. As much as I can. My mom tells me I have to make friends anyway. She harps on me about it all the time. You should make friends. There we go. I think it's looking pretty good. Almost believable to a degree. Everybody happy people. Yeah. All right. So far, so good. So I have to connect these. There's a reason why I turn off the pressure sensitivity tool, or at least turn it off for now when I do this. It makes the lines a lot more consistent. It's easy to keep consistency. I see that there's this curve here. Let me see. Let me. So it's like. So I'm gonna. It's more of a strange curve out in. Do you? What are you going? You're still going for the whole you're still going for the full sale thing still, right? You're going for full sale, right? You have high school host club. I'm not a big host club fan. Big host club fan, to be honest. I know of it, but I don't watch it because, like, that's more, I think, geared for ladies. For ladies, mostly for a female demographic. And no, I'm not saying if you're a male you shouldn't watch it. Surprised that show has not gotten a reboot yet. Given all the other shows of today is getting reboots one way or another. I think it's a romance anime, if I remember right. Host Club. Shorts. I guess it didn't pull you in. It was interesting, but it didn't pull you in. It should be a love and romance comedy. Oh, we got a follow. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. It's funny when people go to my stream now and they be like on YouTube saying, I'm gonna follow you. I subscribe to you. And usually when I'll know if you're lying or not. I don't say anything, but I know when you're lying or not. Shit's funny. Thank you for the follow. Now some futuristic thing in the background I have playing with rain running over it, so I don't get copyright strike. I made the arm too fat. Ah. Okay, gotta fix that. Probably fix that. It's like a straight down. So I can probably fix it. Shit. Okay, there we go. Nah, not good enough. I still think it's, some parts could be. Yeah, most likely. Got rest? Let's go. Get that rest, bro. Yes, that rest. That is very good. Oh. Get that rest, bro. Trust me, don't be like me and fall asleep on stream. That's what happens when you work too much. Alright, I think this looks way better than it was before. Now we gotta do the head. Okay. I was about to, oh my god. Now the face. This. Hopefully. Wait, are you talking about my drawing or yours? I think you're talking about yours. Okay, let me see, check. Happy Meal? Do adults even buy Happy Meals anymore? Ain't there like adult Happy Meal? Is that a thing? That was a thing, right? Or that's still a thing? I get thousands of roses from other people. So no, it doesn't ring a bell. Just the other day, someone dropped like, what, 70 roses. Actually, to be honest with you, a lot of people don't get this. This is the annoying thing about the whole like gift system. They take a high percentage of that. So, if hopefully, but like, man had camera. Oh, you're not serious, are you? Oh, sorry, I don't do collabs. Sorry, bud. I'm not a big collab person. Ah, follow! Let's go! Thank you for the follow. Oh, my ear. I've been drawing since I was 6 years old. Huh? Keeps on kicking me from your live? What's kicking you? Kicking you? Like, what? You getting kicked out? I've never heard that one before. I have no bot that's kicking anyone out. I'm not physically doing that. That would be impossible for me to do that. Oh wait, that question was not towards me, it was towards BT. Sorry, my bad. I was not paying attention. My bad. Head Start? Head Start. You mean high school? Head Start. I think you mean high school, right? I didn't think he was paying attention to the music in the background, PT. I didn't think anyone was paying attention to that, to be honest. I gotcha. I'm guessing you're from the UK, the way you're saying that? Head Start? I don't think you're from America if you're saying that. Never heard that term before. Unless it's like a brand new thing. I'm hearing for the first time. You're probably not from America? Never heard that before. Let's see. Never heard that before, given that New York. Never heard that before. What? Where's the Never heard that term. That's smart. Boom. Let's start. Never heard of it. All my years of living in New York. It's something I was never exposed to. Thank you, Alan, for the follow. There we go. Is that another fly? There's another one? Bro, what the fuck is this? Bro, you gotta make me break my computer, bro. There's another one. How? I just destroyed your brethren. What the hell is this? God, you know. Another one. It's DJ Khaled in this bitch. What the fuck? Yep. Sadly. Maybe. I meant that it was pretty rare over here. I have tons of friends from out of the USA, and they're all almost had it, but yeah, they do it, and I think it's got something else here. Huh. Okay. Okay. It actually curves upwards. I got you. Wasn't it, didn't Google say something about that it was gonna let a bunch of mosquitoes out for some odd reason? They wanted to let out a bunch of mosquitoes? What the fuck was up with that? Oops. Still feel like the tongue's a little bit too. They're modified to spread disease. Why would they do something on humans? Or on the other mosquitoes? Huh. That is true. Why though? Why would they do that? The hell? Right. Why? Maybe for work? But this is Google we're talking about. Oh. I believe most people believe Google is an evil company anyway, so I believe so. Yeah, maybe. You packing? It's alright. Where are you going? Oh wait, no, you said you're going to Florida. I forgot, sorry. You're going to Florida. Or wait, you say you're leaving Florida? I see. No, it's fine. You're good, you're good, you're good, you're good. It was my fault for not remembering. My fault for not remembering right there and then. Actually, I found something that was quite interesting. I was gonna make it into a reaction, but I don't know how I would even do that. So I'm gonna show you guys in a second what I found. Something interesting. Drink of life. I always wonder why that expression was a thing of endearment than something of a threat. Telling people to go break a leg. I wonder where that came from. How that became normalized to be like something of goodness. Civilities. No. It's a think tank type thing. It gets you thinking type shit. But don't worry, one day we'll have something about heavies in a way that can't get me in too much trouble. Probably to turn the demented to mean the crippled. Damn. God damn. The way you worded that too. Sounds like something even Mikey was saying. Let me see. Good luck was too much pressure at most actions. It says good luck was too much pressure and most actresses. Break a leg is a way to theater people to say good luck because it's superstition. Bad luck is to say good luck. Oh, so you give something negative. Oh, okay. It's like a weird reverse psychology thing. But wait, if it's supposed to be something like, okay, if it's supposed to deter, it's, okay. If it's supposed to get you to, like, not focus on what you're supposed to be doing by focusing, well, no, that's weird. I'm saying that weird. No, you gotta think that through. So let me think. If someone says break a leg, they're trying to be positive because they don't want to put much pressure on you saying good luck. But if I'm saying it to be positive and it's accepted to be positive now, isn't that just saying good luck just differently now? Wouldn't that be actually putting pressure again? If I know that's supposed to be a term of endearment to make me feel better, wouldn't that put actual like pressure in reverse? Shouldn't you say good luck? I don't know. Or probably not say nothing at all? Pretty much, but not as much? Okay. Oh no, I'm thinking too hard of that, but I was just thinking. It's kind of crazy. Gotta make those bones stronger, huh? Hey, what's going on? Hey, Natalie, what brings you back to the stream? I'm sorry, I thought that too hard. Because I said that it was used to, you saying break a leg, it was supposed to deter you from working too hard or putting too much pressure onto yourself. But if that's considered the good way of saying people do good, it goes, right? Right? Bah! Perfect. Thank you for being here yesterday, I appreciate it. Yeah, same thing. Same study. Withstand the pressure. Actually, when I think of it now, to you guys. Oh my god. You shattered it? Is it concerning that you drank 25 milk cartons at lunch? Yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. Actually, I'm wondering this, like, there's something that actually popped in my head yesterday. I was watching TV, and I was watching this show, and I thought to myself, and then in the show, the characters are surfing, and I thought to myself, like, who was the first person to, like, literally surf? Like, what person thought, I'm gonna take a giant board, go into the water, have the waves push me, and then hopefully stand on said board to be pushed by the waves and then surf on it. Literally surf on it. Ride on the waves itself. Who the fuck figured that out? Who tested that out? And I'm saying, you must have looked crazy. If he was doing that, you probably thought that he was doing witchcraft or some shit. Natives. But yeah, but like, if natives did it, right? If those tribes did it, those water tribe natives, right, was doing it. Weren't they superstitious? And if so, Wouldn't they like freak out to see the first person just wave riding the waves? Wouldn't they like, I don't know, take him and just like cut their head off? Because Jesus blew his feet. Precedes the water bend. The first water bender was Jesus Christ. Precedes the water bend. You know what? That's a good one. That's a good one. Someone had to look at a cow and be like, I'm gonna touch those. No, you have to squeeze a cow's udder for like pretty hard, I think, to get milk out of it, right? So they have to put actual effort to get that milk out. Someone had to feel those udders. Someone had to feel those things. No, it's cool, don't get me wrong. I'm just wondering who was the first person to figure that shit out. Because, like, even more, when you think about it, think of all the stuff we have, right? Or the foods we have and all the recipes, right? And there are some elaborate recipes out there, right? That's from different cultures and stuff. And you wonder to yourself, there are some elaborate ones that you think to yourself, who the fuck thought to do all these different steps? And I'm not talking about just cooking in the kitchen. They do a bunch of shit, like they'll wrap it up, put it in a certain bag or a certain, like, they have to be tied up in a certain way, left out for a certain amount of time, whether in the fridge or, it's not the fridge, but left outside or left in a cauldron somewhere for like days, weeks type shit. Who the fuck figured all that out? Well, yes, there are laws against it for the animals, Batman. Aliens? You think aliens? Fight the power! We've got another follow. Let's go. Thanks for the follow. He said aliens. He said aliens. Let's go. Aliens. Alright. Now we're close. I'm gonna do the face now. I'm gonna do the eyes. Well, I gotta get the head tilt right. So I feel like it's still kind of off. You want the Lord knew it would get weird. When we see aliens, the porcupines are close for that purpose. Let's see here. I don't know. It's just, I find it weird. Like, how did so many different cultures like make different foods, and then some foods are more elaborate than others, and what was the steps to get to this point to know that that was the right way of making it? So that's always wondered then. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll get it done today. Okay, the eyes. We need to fix the eyes a little bit. Well, it makes sense. The chicken should come before the egg, for the egg to hatch. I have to go. Good luck with the drawing. Thank you. Alright, now I'm going to do this side. I think the answer to this question. I think the answer to this question for the chicken to come first. Didn't we have like science? Didn't science say that we became a cell, and we came from fish and all that shit? And then, like, if you're a science guy, I'm saying, if you don't believe in like in religious stuff, you go with the science stuff, right? So shouldn't the individual become like a cell and evolve to other things, and then it can finally lay an egg? Wouldn't that answer the question? Because I don't think the cell will turn into an egg. Oh, I know, I get you. Yeah. I get you, I understand. But if you're talking on evolutionary talk, since I was 6. Face. Yeah. Oh, we're not talking about that. Well, sorry, bud. We can't just not stop because you don't want to talk about it. But I'm not really talking about religion. I'm just saying about the chicken part. Let me see. Full of crap. Let's go, bro. Okay. Alright, let me see. The eyes, they look better than this. We gotta get this right. Alright, so let me, real quick. The video I had, I wanted to show you guys, was an interesting video. I thought it was interesting, nonetheless, to say. Oh, did I post the video? Shit, I should put that out. Oh, I didn't post it. Fuck! Hold on. I gotta post something. I have to post this. There you go. Hang on. Actually, I should do it now. The dragon chicken! Let's see. Come on, bud. Let me see. There we go. All right. Let me post this. Returning subscribers. I'm gonna put this here. There we go. Publish. Actually, no. I'll just put them both. Fuck it. There we go. Fuck it. Who cares? All right. Go. All right. So I want to show you guys something that was kind of interesting. I didn't think of it this way, but it was kind of crazy. Alright, bud, do your thing. Alright, let's go here. What was I doing? Oh, it was history. And then you go to, where is the video? Can't find, oh no, it's the other one. My bad. It was, I think this one. So I thought this was interesting to bring up real quick. So
I'll finish it and grab the antidote. You need to get out. I can't leave. I'm the only one who's
theory claims death.
Okay, this was interesting. I found here. I'm gonna put it somewhere. I think right here. Just to be clear, these are theories. These are not like rooted in any form of like, well, they're rooted in theory religions, but like there's not really a religion of any specific kind. It's just theories of the afterlife. So it's kind of interesting. Can't think of it these ways in the way I thought. I feel like most of these theories feel like it could be turned into an anime in some way. But here it is.
Death is the complete end of consciousness. Eternal oblivion, or the nothingness theory, claims death is the complete
unlike
end
the
of
booty cult.
consciousness. When you die, awareness stops. There's no afterlife, no experience, no perception. A non-existence like a deep, dreamless sleep without return. You cease to exist and the world continues without you. A variation of this theory suggests something worse. Instead of total non-existence, you remain aware but trapped in infinite darkness. There's nothing to see, feel, or interact with. You can think
I
and
drew
remember,
today too.
but
Let's
there's
go.
no one to hear you. Endless isolation in a black void with no sense of time and no escape.
Damn.
The
That sucks.
alien harvesting theory claims Earth is a farm run by advanced extraterrestrials, often described as greys or reptilian-like beings. Humans are viewed
I think the in the news they said the Greys are real people. So I think they said they're real. This is the aliens that they referred to. I think there was the Greys and something else. I think it was the lizard people or some shit. So as they say, they are real. We don't know how true that actually is, even though they say it's real. I think it's funny if it is true, but like if it is, then they said the Greys are actually the big-eyed, typical looking alien that you see in movies. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. They walk among us.
as livestock, and when the body dies, the soul is harvested and consumed as energy. In this theory, the light.
Oh yeah, I forgot. There was a scientist who said this on within the files. I think they said that they need us to be religious because us being religious helps our souls to be more, I guess, I want to say the word pure, but like more empowered or something, or some shit like that. They said it was something funny. It was insane. So you mean like dying? My thing froze. What happened? Yeah.
In near-death experiences is not spiritual,
Yeah, sure.
but a trap. The soul is pulled into a bright beam.
Oh wait,
or
go back.
swirling Terrestrials, often described as greys or reptilian-like beings. Humans are viewed as livestock, and when the body dies, the soul is harvested and consumed as energy. In this theory, the light reported in near-death experiences is not spiritual, but a trap. The soul is pulled into a bright beam or swirling light where it's captured. Some versions say this leads to a forced reincarnation loop. After death, the soul is memory wiped and sent back into another body on Earth. This connects to the idea that Earth is a prison planet. Souls who do not realize their condition remain trapped in a cycle of rebirth. The moon is described as the center of this system. It's believed to contain technology that generates a field keeping souls captive. A cube-shaped soul catcher tower in the moon's center is described as part of a network of soul transmission stations on the moon and Earth.
Holy shit.
These stations assign the next lifetime, maintaining an endless loop where humans exist as a renewable energy source for alien jailers.
So, wait, go back. What?
Souls captive. A cube-shaped soul catcher tower in the moon's center is described as part of a network of soul transmission stations on the
These concepts sound like something I would hear in an anime. I'm dead serious.
moon and Earth. These stations assign the next lifetime, maintaining an endless loop where humans exist as a renewable energy source for alien jailers.
So basically the Avatar, but you're not the Avatar. You're just kind of like, So 4 cycles. Okay.
The no escape theory claims consciousness never ends after death. One version says you are trapped in your own mind without sleep or change and no way out, unable to shut off emotion and thought,
That
in
sounds horrendous.
eternal conscious torment. Another
God.
version, based on studies showing high brain activity upon death, says your mind becomes trapped in an endless loop, where the brain's final burst of activity stretches the last second of life into a never-ending subjective moment. But the worst version claims you remain fully aware after death, but are confined inside your own corpse.
So that last part is pretty much like a genjutsu, like Itachi's in genjutsu when he made his girlfriend have a long life in one genji when he killed her. Is that what that is? Huh.
You cannot move or speak. You are paralyzed in a decaying body, buried underground, able to sense rotten dirt, but unable to escape. Awareness continues in total confinement forever.
Yeah, it does sound like that or
The
something.
simulation theory, popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom, claims we are living in a simulated reality created by an advanced civilization. Death is not an afterlife, but an exit from the program. When you die, you may simply wake up outside the simulation, meaning your loved
You mean the
ones,
ones that says like the world's coming to end type madman you're saying, or something else?
memories and experiences were artificial. Some versions compare it to a video game. Consciousness could reboot like a respawn, or life could loop endlessly without you realizing it. In a worse scenario, the program could shut down completely, ending your existence. Darker variations claim human life is part of an experiment, such as a morality test or training system for advanced AI.
Okay,
Deja
then I
vus,
probably
near-death
don't know.
experiences, and ghost sightings are described as glitches in a failing simulation. Instead of judgment or reincarnation, death is just a system update or blank screen here.
Okay, I get the whole deja vu thing as a glitch system question mark. But like, how me seeing a ghost a glitch to the system to me? Especially if everyone else is seeing it. I don't know. Or like they can describe what it is and all that stuff. Is the ghost the glitch, or me seeing it is the glitch? I believe animals can see that. I believe animals can see that. Yeah, I believe that.
The theory implies reality itself is not real and can be ended or altered at any time.
Yeah, that I've experienced that many times before in my life. I don't think I get them anymore. I think it stopped when I was like 17, 16. But after that, I don't think I have gotten a deja vu moment ever again. I miss those moments. It was a pretty cool moment though. When it happened, you're like, oh my god, I think I did this before type shit. Or I had this conversation before type shit. Or like, this happened before type shit. Or I swear to God, I've been in this situation before type shit. And it'll be like that moment, like in That's So Raven. Like you just get that vision feeling. And I'm gonna see them, I think I witnessed too. Animals speak. Well, I don't know. When the animals start speaking to you, they always end up saying that. They always end up saying to end the family for some odd reason. It's like end the family. Jason. God is speaking to me.
Mictlan, the Aztecs believed that people who died ordinary deaths, such as from illness or old age, were sent to the underworld called Mictlan. Reaching it requires a 4-year journey through 9 dangerous trials designed to purify the soul. Aided by the spirit dog Solodl, the dead need to pass between 2 enormous mountains that slam into each other.
Why? Why would this be even a theory? Like, why would this be a theory? Why would it be like, isn't it shitty enough that I went through life and I kind of made it wherever I'm at? And I gotta go through 2 giant boulders that smash against each other? And then I gotta go through other bullshit for the next 4 years?
So to avoid being crushed. Then they have to climb a mountain covered in sharp obsidian blades, cross a river full of jaguars, and endure a freezing plain with cutting winds. A windswept desert that tosses souls awaits. Then a dark path where invisible hands shoot arrows and a river of blood have to be crossed.
These are real specific. These are really specific. These are some specific trials for this to happen. Why obsidian though?
After 4 years...
Is obsidian real? I only hear that in Minecraft. Is that real? Is that a real material?
The dead reach the final level and meet Mictlantecuhtli, the Lord of Death, and his wife, accompanied by bats, scorpions, and spiders, reaching a final shadowy rest.
Right? I'm
The
pretty
eternal
I'm
recurrence
pretty sure
theory
you won't.
claims life is an endless loop. Instead of an afterlife, you are reborn into the exact same life, from birth to death, with every event, joy, and suffering repeating forever. It's described as a full reset, where everything happens exactly the same. This idea is based on cyclical time. The universe does not move toward an end, but repeats in infinite cycles. Because matter and energy are finite, but time is
Maybe.
infinite, every possible arrangement of existence, including your life, must happen again. This implies free will is an illusion and nothing can change. Similar concepts appeared in ancient Egyptian belief, Indian philosophy, and among Greek Stoics plus Pythagoreans. German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche later framed it as a thought experiment, asking whether someone could live in a way that they would accept repeating their life eternally. Unlike reincarnation, this is not about a soul entering a new body. It's the exact same body, consciousness, and events, repeating endlessly.
Huh.
Cool.
Well, I guess it's not repeating if you don't remember it. Right? I don't... Like, I guess, in a weird way, it's not technically a prison if you don't remember it happening. Right? If you don't remember it happening, it's not technically a prison to you. It's a prison, don't get me wrong, but it's not a prison to you. So if you don't have no acknowledgement every time your mind is wiped, it's like if you play a video game, right? Like if you play like Legend of Zelda or any type of game, right? If you start a brand new game, the characters are not going to remember the bullshit unless you're playing like Undertale, and that's on purpose. But like that's what's built in the game. But like every other game you play, they're not going to remember anything till you pass certain levels and cutscenes. They're not going to remember anything. It's just like playing the game the very first time. So is it really a prison? It's pretty shaped than wise manga here.
An ancient Mesopotamian view of the afterlife as a dark and hopeless underworld, ruled by the goddess Ereshkigal. Everyone went there after death, no matter how they lived. There was no judgment, no reward, and no escape. The dead were dragged down by demons, stripped of their names and forced to exist in perpetual darkness. There they were forced to eat dust and drink mud for eternity.
Dust?
The only relief came if...
How do you eat dust? How do you eat dust? You just get a bunch of lint together and you just chow down on that bitch? That sounds... Oh my god, that sounds horrible.
Living family members left offerings, which provided limited sustenance. In this view, death is seen as a one-way trip with no return, and the only comfort is being remembered by descendants.
So pretty much Coco. It's Coco. He did say mud, so I guess I don't know if ash will be count. So Coco.
Quantum immortality.
Let me see. You gotta make it wet.
Exist in perpetual darkness. There they were forced to eat dust and drink mud for eternity. The only relief came if living family members left offerings, which provided limited sustenance. In this view, death is seen as a one-way trip with no return, and the only comfort is being remembered by descendants. What?
Is that a video on that? What the fuck? Someone out here eating their grandma? What the fuck?
Quantum immortality claims you never experience your own death. When a life-threatening event occurs, your consciousness shifts to another reality where you survive.
Yeah, I've not thought of this. I've heard of this. Yeah, so like you're in a bad situation. No matter what the situation is, you could be being attacked. Instantly, it's like you take the concept of you know what? If you really think about it, this concept is pretty much the concept of being the main character syndrome. If you actually think about it, because the main character never like dies. Well, main character that dies in some movies and stuff, but that's written that way. But like most cases, the main character wins and or don't die at the end. They usually get the girl, or they save the day, or they get that promotion, or whatever the fuck, whatever type of movie or show you watch. It's usually the main character is triumphant throughout their situations 9 times out of 10, unless you're John Wick. But like, it is what it is.
From your point of view, you continue living, while timelines where you died still exist without you. This process...
Ain't there a theory about this? It's called the Mario theory? Oh, no. The Legend of Zelda theory. That the Link that makes it through is just the Link that didn't die all the horrendous deaths of the other Links. So all the Links that died, that you died from, the Link that made it to the end is the Link that never died. He made it through everything at once. So everything you went through, every Dark Soul type death you went through, the ones that you beat, it's just him making it throughout all of them. I don't know if I explained this well. I'm probably explaining this horribly. Yeah, so like yeah, there's a theory on this. So like, if you, I think it's called the. No, I don't. Well, it's mainly for Hyrule, but like the people in Hyrule feel like it's like only 5 motherfuckers there, so like I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. Like through the Legend of Zelda games I played, from like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, those are the only 2 I actually played. But like, when you think of it, it's just only like 5 or 20 people who live there. It's never like an actual. Wait, is that a question? Wait, was that a question? No, that mean like every Zelda game. So like, from the first Zelda to the most latest Zelda. What? Oh no, those are different timelines. I'm saying like, I gotta I'm gonna have to say this right. So all the Zelda games are different timelines, or alternate timelines of the hero Link being reincarnated, right? So what I'm saying is the death concept, not the timelines. It's the Link that beat the game is the Link that never died from the beginning to the end. That's the Link that made it. The Link that kept dying was you. So that one hole you fell in, that one enemy you couldn't defeat, that one monster that was really fucking your whole shit up, that one puzzle that got you all tripped up, that mistake you made, that jumping into you fell into the pit, right? Right? Okay. So I don't know if I'm explaining it. I'm probably explaining it horrifically, but I'm hoping you guys get what I'm trying to say. So the Link that made it to the game, who beat Ganon at the far end, or whatever the case may be, that is the Link that never died once. You know what I'm saying? Because he made it to the end. This makes no sense. How can he beat the game if he died, right? If he died and beat Ganon, how did he get through the other trials if he didn't make it through them, right? So the Link that made to the end is the Link that never died from the beginning. But the Links that died, that was you. You are the alternate timelines, or not alternate timelines, but the alternate deaths that could have been, that made Hyrule not get saved. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty much ReZero, right? Yeah, let's use that. ReZero, right? You can mention the 3 hearts if you want, but like, whether you have 3 hearts or 1, he made it through. He didn't get killed once. He didn't even get hurt. He beat every trial and never got hit once or had a problem per se. He may have some issues of figuring out a puzzle, but that's not a death-defying problem, especially if it's something simple, or even if it's complicated. He figured it out, right, with his agility and wits and shit. That Link is the one that never died or lost or got hit once, ever rarely. That's why he has 3 containers. So he probably did get hit once, but like, he never died. That's the whole point. So it's pretty much the ReZero concept. Every time Subaru died, we saw, I think when he went into the temple, it showed what happens after he died. But the Subaru that we're with is the one that never died at all, till he dies again. Does that make sense? Correct. So that's the timeline. The timeline that he never died. Ganondorf is the timeline that he never fell in that hole. He didn't get killed by that monster. He didn't get tripped up by that puzzle. You know what I'm saying? So use that concept for like Subaru as well. Subaru died several times throughout the entire ReZero, right? So the Subaru that made it from the beginning, that walked into the portal and up to the whatever episode we are, that is a Subaru that never died once. Because which is crazy to think about, because Subaru only was able to get the point A, point B because he had information before everyone else in situations. Right? So that's what makes this weird in this conversation. Unlike someone like Link, it's more of what's happening at the time, and he figured it out within the widths of what's happening. But the difference is with the Link thing and the Subaru thing, Subaru had information way before people, some days before. Yes, exactly. He is a Subaru that strings the kids and secrets are ill. That's disgusting. The fact that I know what that means.
Repeats indefinitely. Each time something should end you, your mind jumps to a parallel version of reality where you remain alive.
Yes, that is the Subaru, that is the Link that made it through. This is the real you. That's you who actually died in the situation that you should have died in. But because your brain does this quantum immortality theory, and this concept, this theory, you never died. You got hurt and fell in that hitchhiking trip you went on, but you just got really hurt and you got knocked out, but eventually someone found you. But in reality, you died falling down that cliff and no one found you after months later, right? That's the real you. The other you is the alternate in your brain telling you made it through. So someone found you, some hiker was walking by, you know what I'm saying, type shit. So yeah, you technically respawned.
Just the universe.
Or you're getting mugged by that one person, and they like, okay, let's Martha and Bruce Wayne. Martha Wayne and Bruce Wayne never died. They just got really injured. But we all know they died, so.
Allows you to reach an ending. The darker implication is that survival does not mean safety. You could continue existing in worse conditions, such as severe injury, permanent brain damage, repeated accidents, or watching everyone else die while you remain alive in prolonged suffering.
Ooh, that's not good.
The self-made hell theory is rooted in John Milton's poem Paradise Lost and Emanuel Swedenborg's book Heaven and Hell. It claims the afterlife is created entirely by your own mind. After death, consciousness forms a personal reality shaped by memories, beliefs, fears, and guilt.
Oh yeah, they ran on. This is something that's been used a lot in like different animes, video games, and this concept specifically, where someone who did something heinous has to live through that exact same thing forever and ever. I think if any of you have seen the show called Lucifer, that it was a CW show, I think it had like 5 seasons, where someone who did sinful things and they died, they have to keep replaying the same thing that they did over and over, whether it's a sinful thing that they did or that caused them to die, or whatever thing they had guilt for. That if they had a sinful like soul, they go to hell, but instead of being burned in the lake of fire, being tortured, you're being tortured by repeating the same type of life. But not the life itself, but the dreamlike state of whatever happened to you last in your last final days of what sinful thing you was doing. So that's pretty much it. No, it moved to Netflix and they finished the show. It was on CW, then it moved to was it CW? No, was it CW? I think it was CW. I think it was CW.
In this view, unresolved trauma and regret trap the individual in a mental loop. The suffering comes from one's own emotional baggage.
And yes, they concluded the show too, if you're wondering if it got canceled. No, if they finished the show.
Thoughts and feelings manifest instantly, turning fear or guilt into direct torment. Some versions describe this as
pretty much, if you think of it, it's like the episode. It's like if you ever seen the anime Hell Girl. This is what this concept comes from. So, well, technically to a degree, but the person didn't die yet. They get technically forced into hell by being replaced with, not replaced, but they get forced into hell because of their sinful ways. And actually, they don't have to be a sinful person. this is what makes this. I guess this concept doesn't really work in what I'm saying, but like if you ever seen Hellgirl, you know what I'm talking about, because you don't actually have to be a sinner to go into within the universe of what happens in Hellgirl. For those who don't know, Hellgirl is basically an anime about a show where people who feel tormented in like in their everyday lives, like say you're getting bullied by your local bully, right, and you're getting beat up all the time and you can't defend yourself. Yeah, so like that, like Ghost Rider's Penance there, right? And in the show, say you're being tormented by your bully and you can't take it anymore. Instead of defending yourself and standing up for yourself, you go online on the computer. You type in the word or in your search bar Hellgirl or the Hellgirl website, and it turns the screen turns red, and then you put in your name, I think. And then when you put in your name, thank you. Let me see. The Hell Girl and her friends will pop up in your room and then ask you who is the person that you want to send to hell. Then you say who it is, and then they'll give you this little, like, what do you call it? Like it looks like a hay, like a little hay doll. It's like it's made out of hay, but it doesn't really show the person. But it has like a red ribbon around its neck, and she said how it works is, for you to send the person to hell, you must pull the ribbon and they'll be sent to hell. But there is a catch, because most people try to pull it off pretty fast before they hear it. So their tormentor will go away and be sent to hell. What happens is there's a catch. If you pull the red ribbon around the neck of the little doll, the hay doll, your soul will in turn go to hell eventually when you die. So you send them to hell immediately, but the catch is when your life comes to an end, to its natural end, whether it's a car accident, a murder, a sickness, whatever, terminal, whatever, you are automatically going to hell. So it's like it's a eye for an eye thing. If that person goes to hell, you go to hell. The only difference is you're not going to hell right now, but you're going to hell eventually. And there is no guarantee of you are not going to heaven. That is a contract binded to your soul that you have to go to hell. You are not going to feel any paradise of heaven whatsoever, even if you do good things in this life after the fact or even before. So you have to think twice on that once you pull that. Once you pull that, you go to hell. You ain't going, no. There's no second chances. You can't repent. No religion's gonna help you. No bullshit. You're going straight to hell. That's how it works. And you are marked too. So how you're marked is when you pull it, there will be a tattoo on your chest. It looks like a little flame thing, I think, if I remember right. Like a little curvy flame thing. Only you can see it. No one else can't see it. So you know you're marked. So there's no question if you're going or not. You are going. So once you naturally die, it's over. So when that person pulls it, they go through like this weird hellscape like what do you call it? Psychedelic, like fever dream, hellish thing that they go through for the sins that they caused, or the torture or torment of others. And then after that, they go on the ferry with the Grim Reaper to go straight to hell. They get ferried to hell with Hellgirl herself. She'll ferry you to hell, but you don't get to see that part. They go beyond that Japanese like gateway, that red gate thing. I forgot what it's called. Some of you know what I'm talking about. I forgot what it's called. It's a very famous looking gate in Japan, in Japanese culture. We've seen it thousands of times. I just forgot what it's called. Hey, what's going on? Correct. That's how it works. Because like it will be too easy for everyone to just go to hell because everyone will do it. And the thing is, the person doesn't need to be a tormentor. You can just pick anyone. You don't have to actually. It doesn't have to be someone who's tormenting you. So it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be someone of a bad. They don't have to be bad. So that's the sad part about this, because there was an episode where a lady who was a very nice lady was sent to hell for no reason, because some dude wanted to send her to hell just because he I think she denied his advances. I think she was a nurse or some shit. And then because she denied his advances, he just sent her to hell just for the sake of it. So she was a good person. She didn't do nothing wrong to anybody. She was a quiet lady who just wasn't interested in bro. And because bro took that personally. Like Michael Jordan. He said, yeah, well, bitch, you going to hell. That's pretty much what happened. Let me see. I know you're my student. I think you changed your name again. Yeah, it's called Hell Girl. Go check it out. It's you might like it. It used to air back in 2006. So the animation may not look all that, but the Hell Girl series is pretty popular in Japan. I think there's one anime or two, but there's other reincarnations of the show, but like I don't think it's in the US. I think you have to get the Japanese version, or in case it be. The show used to air on IFC, the independent film channel. Hey Miles, what's going on, bro? Because I think you changed your name again. Yeah, it says Platinum something. Oh, Platinum Spider-Man. There you go. Change the font too. Couldn't read that. But yeah, that's pretty much what that is. So yeah, sorry about that long explanation.
It's an eternal state where the soul is locked inside its own mind, unable to rest, escape, or reach oblivion.
You said masters. You're the only one who calls
it that. It's based on Andy Weir's short story. It claims every human is a reincarnation of the same single soul, while the universe acts as a learning environment for it. Each death leads to rebirth as a different person, so everyone who ever lived, or will live, is you in another life. Every action, kind or cruel, is done to yourself. You experience all roles, including victims and perpetrators, reliving the world's pain personally. Once every life has been lived, the soul hatches and becomes a god, like the one who created the universe. Buddhist hells. In Buddhist cosmology, people with heavy negative karma that die might be born into Niraya, a collection of different hells. There, they are torn by hot irons, showered with molten liquid, sliced to pieces or crushed to jelly by rocks, only to be revived and subjected to torment all over again. In the last layer, they need...
You know what I always kind of find funny? I'm doing a study. I find funny, when I find extremely... No, I'm not drawing that one. It's the same one from yesterday, but like I'm just doing a study. I'm just refining this one. And I actually had to zoom in this time. The last time I couldn't zoom in. I couldn't take it no more, so I zoomed in. I find it funny where there'll be like a lot of souls being tortured. They'll be technically in the same place. Have the souls ever bothered to fight the demons as like a whole group? Ever wondered that? Like as a group of like other souls, we should jump this one demon, right? And then do it to the other demon. But then again, I don't think it's going to work because the magic there may make you all not want to work with one another for whatever reason. So that may not work. I think that's a deterrent. They're too weak. Probably they'll be too weak, maybe. And the magic there might make them not want to work together. I guess it works like a territory advantage, maybe. It would be crazy, right?
To swallow an iron ball before being roasted in an oven. But before that, they fall upside down for 2,000 years. Then there are the cold hells, which inflict endless pain as freezing burns through the skin and the body falls apart repeatedly. Although the stay here isn't eternal, it's unimaginably long.
It's non-eternal, but it's
in Hinduism, after death, sinners face torment for accumulated bad karma in Narak, a dark realm with 28 hells, each designed for specific sins. Punishments include boiling.
28? 28?
Suffocation, burning, or being devoured by serpents. Demons called Yamadutas.
Right? 28? We always hear about the 7 sins, or like the 9 realms of hell, like, well, from Dante's Divine Comedy. But like 28? Holy shit.
May also stitch thread in a sinner's body or
Just
crush
me.
them like
These
sugarcane.
angles being
In
the
other
same
layers,
breakdance.
sinners are hurled from 800-mile-high mountains onto sharp stones, eaten alive by birds,
Right.
beasts, insects, and worms, or forced into oceans of pus, excreta,
Ugh.
mucus, and filth. Some are
Ugh.
thrown into a big lake full of worms and transformed into one themselves, trapped in endless cycles of devouring and being devoured for 100,000 years. Although Narak is temporary, the suffering
Yeah, it
feels
does.
eternal. Xibalba was the Mayan underworld, a realm where death began a dangerous journey. It was ruled by the Maya death gods and their helpers. They devised ways to torture souls. First, the souls had to travel a rocky road, cross a river of blood, then overcome a river full of scorpions and another full of pus. Once they passed these obstacles, they needed to sit on a boiling hot bench.
Not gonna lie, probably the pus is probably the best worst thing to happen to you. I'm not even gonna lie, the pus is probably the best worst thing to happen to you because everything else is painful or just horrendous. Really?
Rocky road, cross a river of blood, then overcome a
Wait,
river.
cross a river of blood? What's worse? Crossing a river of blood or crossing a river of pus? I think the blood will be the worst. A river of blood, because blood smells like straight up metal. Oh, and zinc. So the smell must be horrendous. Pus? You think the pus is worse? I don't know. I think the blood might be worse because it's thick. Blood is thick. And like I don't think people understand how thick blood really can be. Because usually we're not just walking through or swimming in a gallon of blood or anything. So like imagine walking through a whole lake of blood, thick, red, stinking blood. Remember, blood is kind of gooey too. So like, ew, that just, you might get an infection though. Well, you're in hell, so like, that's kind of like expected. That's kind of expected, Alpha Rip, especially with you walking through pus and shit.
River full of scorpions and another full of pus. Once they passed these obstacles, they needed to sit on a boiling hot bench while the lords decided what their final trial would be. The first.
So I have to lay on a giant squandering bench while they have to think what my punishment will be? And they look like they'll take their sweet ass time too. They'll take their sweet ass time.
Was going through the dark house, which was pitch black inside. The second was the rattling house.
That's probably the best room right now. It's just pitch black. That's it. That's it. It's just a dark room. I'll go in there.
Full of blistering hail and cold. The third was full of hungry jaguars. The next full of bloodthirsty bats. The fifth full of moving blades and razors, while the hot house was filled with fire. Only those who survived the trials might escape or be reincarnated.
What the fuck? Why don't I get reincarnated to be sent back here again? Just let me. I'd rather not. Just let me be free. Free from this realm. Why would I want to be reincarnated to come back here again? Fuck that. I ain't coming back here.
Were doomed to wander Xibalba forever. The soul prison or heaven trap theory, rooted in ancient Gnostic teachings, claims the expected afterlife is a deception. Instead of divine peace, souls enter a system designed to recycle them back into the physical world. It teaches that the material world is a prison created by the demiurge, a false god who trapped divine souls in human bodies. After death, beings of light appear, posing as angels, gods, or guides. They show comforting images and urge the soul to enter the light. But this leads back into reincarnation rather than freedom. Some versions add that extraterrestrial or interdimensional entities called archons maintain this system to harvest human energy or emotions like fear or hatred.
I'll tell you something, that's the one thing about humans. No matter how horrendous or how terrible humans are, they're always their whole existence is always some type of power source. That is the craziest shit. You ever find that funny? You always find that funny? Like, you think, like, let's use JJK for example. The curses only exist because his humans exist. but yet the curses want to kill all humans. Like, make it make sense. The humans are the the reason why the curses exist, right? But the curses want to end the humans as fast as possible, or in the most horrendous ways possible. From Akito to Jogo. It was so funny how they had a character named Jogo, and he had to fight a guy named Gojo. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. Yet people want to be Super Saiyans and shit, though. Crazy.
System to harvest human energy or emotions like fear or hatred. In this view, rebirth is not spiritual growth, but part of an energy extraction cycle that keeps souls trapped. The dream theory claims life itself is a dream, and death is not an ending but wakes you up into another dream. That dream may lead to another, creating endless layers of reality with no final awakening. In this view, death shifts consciousness.
I think I do remember a Cody. I think I remember the way your name is written, but I don't remember a Cody. Like, I remember the way your name is written, but I don't remember you.
Into a permanent, lucid, dreamlike state. The mind generates a self-sustaining reality that feels as real as life, built from memories and thoughts.
Please don't get mad at me for not remember you years ago from, like, few interactions of being in the stream. Please don't. But I do remember the way your username looks. It kind of looks familiar.
A single moment could feel like eternity, trapping consciousness in a timeless, endless state. Tartarus. The ancient Greeks believed that after dying, the worst offenders, sinners, and the most prideful
I'm telling you, people get mad at me for not remembering them from one interaction from, like, 3 years ago or some shit. The fucking thing is weird to me. It's like they get really mad at the fact that I do not remember them from 3 years ago of a one-time interaction of them giving me one gift or having one decent and or funny conversation with them on stream. You'd be surprised how much that pisses off a lot of people, which tells me they have main character syndrome, because that's insane. Hi, call me Amelia. Hello, Amelia.
Impious were
every time I hear that name, I just think of ReZero.
Sent to Tartarus, the deepest and darkest pit of Hades. There, punishments were tailored to each crime and designed to last forever. Some were forced to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity, only for it to fall back down each time. Others suffered endless hunger and thirst, standing under fruit trees that moved away whenever they tried to reach them. Some were bound to flaming spinning wheels, chained in total darkness, made to fill cracked jugs that never held water, or had their livers eaten repeatedly by vultures. Tartarus offered no redemption or release, only endless personalized torment. The
That's
egocentric theory claims you are the only true consciousness, and the entire universe is a construct of your own mind. All people and events exist only as part of your imagination, and you can't be sure if anything exists outside your mind. When you die, reality ends because your mind ceases to exist, and with it, the universe you made up. This idea aligns with the philosophical idea of solipsism, the belief that only the self can be known to exist. Christian hell is understood as the final state of separation from God, experienced by unrepentant sinners. In many traditions, it follows either immediately after death or the final judgment. It's seen as the result of freely rejecting God's grace and salvation. Historically, hell was described as a place of fire and physical torment. The book of Revelation speaks of a lake of fire and brimstone for the unrighteous, tormented forever. It's also described as a place of weeping and gnashing of teeth, describing the intense agony, regret, and rage of those excluded from the kingdom of heaven. The Catechism of the Catholic Church defines hell as...
I don't really understand the whole getting mad thing at heaven for not letting you in there. Like, it's like getting mad at it's equivalent of being mad at the rich kids for not inviting you to their rich party. Why are you getting mad? Like, you think that's gonna work? Like, I don't get the whole, like, mad part. I get the crying part and not feeling wanted, but why get mad? I don't understand. That shit makes no sense to me. I think that's dumb as hell.
Self-exclusion from heaven, a chosen refusal to repent and accept divine mercy. Many modern interpretations describe hell not as literal flames, but as conscious separation from God, marked by darkness and loss. Eastern Orthodoxy teaches that hell is not a physical location, but a state where God's presence is experienced as anguish by those who reject or hate him.
Well, it did say, I think, in... Yeah, or something like that. It's insane. Stupid crazy. I think it says in Revelations somewhere down the line when, if they claim when Jesus comes back, as they claim that the people who are unworthy are people who are like have forsaken his fathers, is the ones that are going to feel scared, the ones who are going to hide, and the ones who are going to get angry and or feel anguish towards said presence. I think, and the ones that are actually worthy is going to feel a sense of enlightenment and happiness and glee and joyfulness, and they will not feel any fear whatsoever, or some shit. You're going to feel like a overwhelming sense of happiness and or relief and shit. Oh yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, there'll be demons and monsters running around.
Views differ across denominations on whether hell is physical or spiritual, and whether its punishments are literal or symbolic.
Yeah, I just found this interesting. I thought this was an interesting video. I was going to make it into a reaction, but like, it was interesting nonetheless, you know. I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was something interesting. But I do have something else. Something a little bit less, I think everyone can watch without feeling any certain way. Let me see. Where is it? Right here. So this was an interesting video. Correct. It says here, why truth let Edward win? Punish everyone out. Wait, before I even say anything. Anyone here, have anyone seen Full Metal Alchemist? Yes or no? If you have not, jump out of here for about 20 minutes. If you have not seen it, jump out of here now. You saw? Okay, you saw this? Good. Good. Yee. Alright. Because this is, I think this is going to be based on... Alright. I want to give everyone a chance not to get any. Alright. Put up for 20 minutes. I'm trying to save everyone any time of, like, spoilers here. Or whatever.
Sacrificed his alchemy to save his brother, and Truth accepted it without hesitation. But everyone else who stood before Truth lost something they could never fully get back. Al lost his body, Izumi lost parts of herself tied to motherhood, Roy Mustang lost his eyesight, Father lost everything. Walk away with the one thing he wanted most? Turns out, Truth didn't make an exception for Ed. He was just the first person who fully understood what Truth actually wanted. Here's the thing about Truth in Full Metal Alchemist that nobody wants to talk about. Equivalent exchange isn't as fair as everyone pretends. The entire series is built on the idea that to obtain something of equal value must be lost. It sounds like cosmic math, like the universe has a calculator and every transaction balances out perfectly. But Truth doesn't use a calculator.
Nope.
Truth uses meaning. Alphonse learns this immediately. He and Ed commit human transmutation, and Truth takes his entire body as payment. Not a finger, not a leg. His whole physical existence is stripped away because two children tried to bring back the person they loved most. Ed loses a leg. Al loses everything.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense for one human life. If anything, it would have made more sense if Alphonse's life was taken and then he got the mom back and Edward didn't lose anything. That makes a lot more sense. But because he lost a person and a leg, that's a little too much for one human life. If anything, that's too much of an exchange. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
They commit the same taboo, but paid wildly different prices. That's not clean math. That's personal punishment wearing the mask of a law.
Damn.
Then there's Izumi Curtis. She tries the same forbidden act, but with a different pain behind it. She isn't trying to resurrect a parent, she's trying to bring back her child. Truth looks at this master alchemist, this woman broken by grief, and takes internal organs tied directly to what she was reaching for. The part of her body most connected to creation and motherhood. And then there's Roy Mustang. Roy didn't even choose to open the gate. He was forced into human transmutation by enemies who needed a fifth sacrifice for Father's plan. If truth were fair in a normal human sense, Roy should have been spared. He resisted. He didn't want to. But truth doesn't care about consent the way we do. The gate was opened, the taboo happened, payment was taken, so truth takes his eyesight. And again, the toll is cruelly symbolic. Roy's dream is about seeing Amestris move toward a better future, leading the country, changing the system, guiding people away from the horrors of Ishval, so truth takes his ability to see. That's the pattern. Truth doesn't punish people randomly, it punishes them personally. Fast forward to the finale. Ed stands in front of Truth one last time. And this time, he offers something different. He doesn't offer a leg, an arm, organs, blood, or someone else's soul. He offers his gate, his connection to alchemy itself. For Edward Elric, that is everything. Alchemy isn't just a skill, it's his identity. It's how he fights, how he solves problems, how he protects people, and how he understands the world. Taking alchemy from Ed is like taking the sword from a swordsman, the voice from a singer, or the hands from a surgeon. It's not just power, it's who he is. Every other person who opened the gate received knowledge along with their suffering. Ed lost his leg, but gained the ability to perform alchemy without a transmutation circle. Izumi lost part of her body, but gained forbidden understanding. Roy saw the truth, even though his blindness stopped him from using that knowledge the way Ed could. The gate always gives something, but Ed says, I don't want it anymore. Take the gate, take the alchemy, take the thing that made me special. Just give me my brother back. And Truth laughs,
He laughed
not because Ed lost. Truth laughs because Ed finally understood what the entire system had been asking from the beginning. This is where Full Metal Alchemist gets really interesting. Truth is not just a referee. It's a mirror. It reflects the person standing in front of it and asks one question. Do you actually understand what you're trying to do? When Ed and Al first opened the gate, they were trying to solve grief with science. They calculated the ingredients of the human body, prepared the materials, drew the circle, and thought that if they got the chemistry right, they could bring their mother back. But their mother didn't die because they lacked the right formula. She died because death is part of being human. When Truth took Ed's leg, it attacked the arrogance that made him think he could stand above that rule. When Truth took Al's body, it attacked the very thing he wanted back: warmth, touch, and a physical connection to the mother he missed.
Oh, that makes sense now. That was metaphorical in its sense. He didn't just take a random thing. He took something specific. Oh, and this goes back to the height thing. Oh, damn. Okay. I didn't even think about that. Holy shit. Wow, okay. What's her face really was cooking with this show. She really did a great job. Right? See, I think It's a Gundam was right. He said, if a woman makes a show and or franchise from her merits, like a J.K. Rowling or some shit, it's gonna be priceless. It's gonna be amazing. If a bitch gets handed to someone else's shit, they're gonna fuck that thing up so bad. He said this. He said, don't give women franchises they did not make. Don't do it. Not because they're women. It's just like he said, specifically, there's something up with giving women specifically IPs that don't belong to them and they fuck it up. She was a farmer? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that makes sense too. But if you give it to, and that even goes for men too. If you give it to men who don't care about the IP too, they're not gonna give a fuck. That's crazy.
Izumi made the same mistake.
Let me see. Her story was great to listen to, most definitely. Yeah, I would only, if a woman makes a show or a movie or an anime, whatever the medium is, and they make it from their own head, I believe it's going to be amazing because it came from them. They are the ones setting the rules, so they have to make sense of the rules as it goes, right? That's where you can poke holes in it, and they can make up whatever happens, right? Makes sense. Sorry, it's different cultures. Is that from the Ishvalan thing too? I feel like the Ishvalan thing isn't black people. Why do I feel like it's like a Muslim-like thing? I feel like for some weird reason, it's like a Muslim thing.
Mistake through a different wound. She had more experience than Ed and Al. She was a master alchemist who understood the risks better than they did. But grief doesn't care how skilled you are. She still reached into the forbidden because she wanted her child back. And truth made that grief permanent in her body. Roy is the tragic exception because he didn't choose his transmutation. But even then, the toll follows truth's symbolism. Roy wanted to guide Amestris into a better future, so Truth took the sight he used to imagine that future. Then there's Father. He spent centuries gathering knowledge, building Amestris into a nationwide transmutation circle, manipulating wars, harvesting souls, and trying to gain enough power to stand above truth itself. His entire plan was built on one belief. If he accumulated enough power, enough souls, and enough control, he could force his way past every limit. But Truth was never impressed by power. Truth was waiting for understanding. And Father...
That is truth. That says in the Bible, to find truth, you must find understanding. It says that in the Bible. You only know truth when you reach understanding. Holy shit.
Understood anything. Everyone else tried to beat truth by being smarter, stronger, or more prepared. Ed beat truth by surrendering. That's the genius of the final trait. Ed
oh my god, it's a religious, it's almost, oh my god. That's exactly in the Bible. You must surrender thyself. If you surrender thyself, holy shit, it's humbling thyself. Surrender thyself and you'll find understanding. Holy shit. I love this show. I love Full Metal Alchemist. Every time I hear about this show, there's always something you learn. Peak Arthur, right? Right? Blows the water out of all these fucking... Correct.
Eat truth by being smarter, stronger, or more prepared. Ed
Holy
beat
shit.
truth by surrendering. That's the genius of the final trait. Ed doesn't just show up and ask for more power. He doesn't ask for forbidden knowledge. He doesn't try to outsmart the system. He doesn't use a philosopher's stone. He doesn't offer someone else's soul as payment. He offers the one thing that truly belongs to him, his own gate, his own alchemy, his own identity. That matters because Ed's entire journey started with the belief that alchemy could solve everything. If he studied enough, calculated enough, sacrificed enough, and pushed hard enough, he could fix what he broke. That belief cost him his brother's body.
Correct.
By the finale, Ed has changed. He has seen what Philosopher's Stones really are. He has seen what happens when people treat human lives as fuel. He's seen Father try to become God and still end up empty. He's learned that power without humility turns people into monsters.
Correct.
So, when he gives up his gate, he isn't just giving up a technique. He's giving up the pride that started the entire tragedy. That is what Truth accepts. Not because Ed found a cheap loophole, because Ed finally brought the correct payment. Father is the clearest contrast. He spent 400 years trying to challenge Truth. He absorbed souls, created homunculi, controlled Demestrian alchemy from underground, and tried to swallow God and hold the power of the sun in his hands. When he finally faced Truth, he lost completely. Because he was still trying to win through power. Truth didn't care how many souls he had. Father thought that becoming greater than human would free him. Truth showed him that rejecting humanity was exactly what made him small. That's why Ed succeeds where Father failed. Father wants to become more than human. Ed accepts being
human.
Father tries to take God. Ed gives up alchemy. Father uses stolen souls. Ed pays with something that belongs to only him. So, Izumi learned from her mistake. Roy keeps moving forward despite what was taken from him. Al survives and grows, but none of them are in the same position as final episode Ed. Ed is not trying to undo death anymore. He's trying to save someone who's still alive. That distinction does matter. Trisha was gone. Izumi's child was gone. But Al was still reachable. His body and soul were separated, but not erased beyond all possibility. Ed wasn't trying to drag someone back from death. He was restoring his brother. And he paid with the one thing valuable enough to make that trade work. This is where the philosophy gets brilliant. Equivalent exchange was real the entire time, but not in the way most characters understood it. It was never just the 1 kilogram in, 1 kilogram out thing. It was never just matter for matter. The real equivalent exchange is this. You have to give up what you're clinging to in order to receive what you actually need.
Correct.
Ed clung to alchemy, he gave it up. He got his brother. Father clung to power, he refused to give it up, and he got nothing. Izumi clung to a life she could not bring back. Truth made that grief permanent in her body. Roy clung to a future he wanted to personally guide, and Truth took his sight and forced him to keep moving toward that future through trust, not control. Truth wasn't just punishing people for human transmutation. It was exposing why they attempted...
I think they fixed that situation. I think they used the philosopher to fix his eyes, though. I think he got his eyes fixed.
...it in the first place. You can't resurrect the dead. Not because the series wants to be cruel, but because death is the boundary alchemy cannot erase. If alchemy could undo death, then life would become just another material. Love would become chemistry. Grief would become a formula. The whole meaning of sacrifice would totally collapse. That's why human transmutation fails. Not because the ingredients are wrong, but because the idea itself is wrong.
He grew a beard.
Ed's growth is the entire answer. At the beginning, he believes knowledge can overcome anything. He is brilliant, stubborn, and arrogant enough to think that the universe is a locked door. And if he just studies hard enough, he can pick the lock.
Correct.
By the end, he understands something Father never could. Being human is not a weakness. Needing others is not a flaw. Giving up power does not make you lesser. That's why the final answer is perfect.
Tell that to Marxists. They don't know that concept at all.
When Truth asks what he will sacrifice, Ed doesn't offer a trick. He doesn't offer a stone. He doesn't offer someone else. He offers himself. Not his life, but the part of himself he was most proud of.
That's why majority of them hate God.
His alchemy. And because that sacrifice is honest, Truth accepts it. Truth doesn't let Ed win because Ed is special. Truth lets Ed win because Ed finally stops trying to escape being human.
Hey, what's up, Lil?
The sad part is that Ed really does lose alchemy forever. He can never transmute again, he can never clap his hands and reshape the world. He goes from the Full Metal Alchemist to just Edward Elric. No flashy powers, no cosmic cheat codes, no shortcut through the laws of the universe, just a normal human being. But that's kind of the
Oh,
point.
in a weird way, he did lose his alchemy, but he did gain height back. He did gain his height, because I remember they said that his I think it was in the anime. I think it was in Brotherhood. They said this, that his height was tied to his brother as well, or some shit like that with it, or something to that degree. So he did get something back. He can. It'll be like a Wizard of Waverly Place type thing. He gave up what he can to teach his kids. So yeah, think of it that way. Yep.
Ed wins by becoming free from the system that hurt him in the
Clips
first
to your
place.
paint.
Free from the need to solve every problem with alchemy.
It's the app
Free
I
from
use.
the arrogance that made him think human life could be calculated. Free from the obsession that started everything. Everyone else who encountered truth walked away with power, pain, or punishment. Ed walked away with no alchemy. And somehow, that was the victory. Because he got his brother back. And he finally
Correct.
understood that he never needed to be above humanity to save the people he loved. So, here's what we learned. Truth wasn't unfair
Clip
in the way
Studio
people
Paint.
think it was. It
Clip
was operating
Studi-
on a completely
Clip Studio Paint. Clip Studio Paint, or CSP. The short way of saying it.
different metric. While Ed, Al, Izumi, Roy, and Father all tried to understand equivalent exchange like a math problem, truth was forcing them to confront what they were really clinging to.
And no, it's not free.
Father clung to godhood and lost everything. Izumi
No
clung
problem.
to life she couldn't bring back and paid with her body. Roy tried to carry the future of a nation and lost the sight he used to imagine it. But Ed gave up the one thing that defined him. And that's why Truth accepted the trade. That's why Ed won. Because he was the only one who stopped trying to beat the system and finally understood the answer. Equivalent exchange was never about getting something for nothing. It was about learning what was actually worth giving up. And hey, I'll catch you next time.
Wait, hold on. Let me run. Wait. Every time truth work. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold on.
Being a homunculus in Fullmetal Alchemist sounds like the best deal in Amestris. You get
Not
a body
really.
that heals from almost anything, bullets become annoying, swords become cute, explosions become a rough afternoon, and unless Roy Mustang decides to personally turn you into charcoal, most people are not doing anything to you. But the more you look at the homunculi, the more obvious it gets.
I'm not sorry. The fight between I'm not hating. I'm not hating at all. But the fight between Pride and Alphonse was insane. But I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Alphonse should have won that fight. in a weird way, I don't think Alphonse should have won that fight. The way he survived that fight. That fight was insane. I don't think he should have won that fight.
They did not win.
Agreed, and only
They
one
are
is
not
no healing.
free.
Got that
and
right?
they're
Yeah, okay, I'm not the only one who
definitely
thought that.
not
Okay.
Every
Okay, I'm not the only one who
homunculus
thought
gets
that.
a power that looks amazing from the outside, but underneath it is a twisted version of what they actually need.
Yeah.
Greed gets an ultimate shield, but spends his whole life chasing something he cannot
I mean,
name.
he shouldn't have survived
Envy
that at
can
all.
become anyone, but has no stable self. Gluttony can eat endlessly, but is never satisfied. Wrath has the perfect eye, but barely owns his own life. Lust can tempt people, but never really...
I never understood that. What does that mean? His perfect eye. I don't understand that. I didn't get that at all. Well, he has what, clairvoyance or some shit? Is that what that is? Hello. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Is it clairvoyance? Is that what that is? Or am I just seeing this wrong?
Gets to want anything for herself. And pride,
Yeah,
the
it's
oldest
like,
and most arrogant, survives by
is
pretending to be a helpless child. That is the real cost of being a homunculus. It is not just the stolen souls inside their philosopher's stones. It is that every one of them is trapped inside a fake answer to a real need. So today we're not ranking.
Wait a minute. Anyone that's on TikTok, say hello real quick. If you're not going to say hello, I'm going to end the stream because I don't want to get this thing pissed, getting mad at me for showing this off.
The homunculi or explaining every power like a wiki page, we already know that Bradley is a menace, Envy is disgusting, and Pride needs his screen time monitored by somebody with holy water. Today we're asking something better. What does being a homunculus actually cost? Subscribe to Anime Loop for more Full Metal Alchemist deep dives, and let's begin.
Many people. Well, we're talking
The first cost is easy to miss because the show makes regeneration look unfair. A homunculus gets stabbed, shot, crushed, or...
It means that it aids in reaction time, night vision, or invulnerability to flashbang. Oh, okay. Huh. I thought it was clairvoyance.
Burned, and they stand back up like the fight was a mild inconvenience. It feels like immortality, but it's not. It's a battery. Every homunculus is powered by a philosopher's stone, and every philosopher's stone is made from human souls. So every time one heals from a wound that should have killed them, someone else pays for it. Their bodies are like walking graveyards. That is why their regeneration is so nasty. It's not anime healing, it is stolen lives being burned as fuel so the homunculus can keep on moving.
Oh.
Greed is the one homunculus who almost understands the scam. On the surface, his cost seems obvious. He wants everything. Money, power, women, status, immortality.
The One Piece? Yes, he wants the One Piece. Fuck y'all. Everyone wants the One Piece. Gold Roger's fucking treasure, bro. The One Piece, yo. Let's go.
The whole world. If Greed walked into a gacha game, he would wail until the app personally sent him a thank you letter. But the sad part is that Greed does not understand what he
Cal,
wants.
let's go, Cal.
He says he wants possessions,
Let's go, Cal. Let's go, bro.
Is people. His gang matters to him. Ling matters to him. The people who follow him matter more than he wants to admit. For a guy who claims he wants the world, he is weirdly fixated on loyalty. That is why his ultimate shield is perfect. At first, it looks selfish. He protects himself, hardens his body, refuses to be hurt.
Oh, wow. Holy shit, I didn't think of that. He is the perfect shield. He protects only himself. Oh my god! I didn't think of that, dude. I did not think of that. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay.
For a guy who claims he wants the world, he is weirdly fixated on loyalty. That is why his ultimate shield is perfect. At first, it looks selfish.
No, it makes sense. No, that part makes sense. It makes sense why he wants loyalty. It makes absolute sense why he wants loyalty. Because it's something that he cannot purchase. That's why. Honestly, think Greed, after he murked his friend, was top cinema. Yep.
Protects himself, hardens his body, refuses to be hurt. But by the end, Greed's arc flips that idea. The guy who wanted everything finally uses himself to protect someone else. That is what being a homunculus costs him. He has to die before he fully understands what he wanted. Not treasure, not status, not the world. He wanted friends. By the time he can finally say that honestly, he's already disappearing. Envy's power might be one of the most useful abilities in the series. He can become anyone. He can copy faces, voices, bodies, and identities. In a world built on military secrets and political manipulation, that is insane. And Envy uses it exactly how you would.
No, that's not insane. That's what the government exactly wants. They want that. If they could make a super soldier that does shit like that for them, oh my god, the infiltration, Oh my god, would be insane. Imagine. Yes, Hughes did get done dirty. Imagine if the government could make a bunch of envies doing their bidding. Holy shit. Holy shit. And if any of them go rogue, holy shit.
Expect a centuries-old ball of insecurity to use it. He lies, starts conflicts, and wears people's faces to ruin lives. His most infamous
crazy.
act is disguising himself as an Amestrian soldier and firing the shot that helps ignite the Ishvalan War. One fake face, one bullet, and an entire region gets dragged into hell. But the real cost is hidden in the ability itself. If you can become anyone,
Yep.
what happens when you do not know who you are? Envy spends the whole series mocking humans.
Not gonna lie, that will put a lot of KGB, CIA, FBI agents out of a job. I'm telling you, that right there could replace the FBI, the CIA, Homeland Security, all of them. Replace all of them with a bunch of envies just walking around. Holy shit. Replace your boss to fire. Yep. Yep.
He calls them weak, he laughs at their pain, he acts
Yep.
like friendship, grief, loyalty, and forgiveness.
The word spy won't have no meaning anymore. You being a basic spy doesn't mean nothing anymore. At the ASUS and on this.
Are pathetic little human problems. But that act is too loud. Envy hates humans because they have something he does not. They have bonds, they have identities, and they can suffer and still belong somewhere. Envy can copy every face in the room, but
Yep.
none of them are his. His real form is not a cool final boss transformation. It is small, ugly,
It is
exposed.
convenient and horrifying, but when you think of it as the same way, the double agent bullshit will be insane. Like there's no reason for them to have loyalty to the US or any other country because they all can shape shift and just change the outcome of anything if they please to. They can betray each other, they can betray others, they can betray themselves. Like shit, that's insane. When you really think about it, just imagine like an army of envies just walking around, can shape shift at any moment. That shit is crazy.
And miserable.
That shit is
That is why
crazy,
his
bro.
ending hits so hard. He's not destroyed because someone punches him harder. He breaks because the humans finally see him clearly. Once Envy is exposed as jealous, he cannot survive the embarrassment. His cost is simple. He can become anyone, except someone who can live with himself. King Bradley looks like the homunculus who won. He has power, status, a wife, a family, a country,
How come?
and the
What's wrong,
ultimate
bud?
eye. He is the Führer of Amestris, and when this man enters a fight, everybody's survival rate drops immediately. But Bradley's life is one of the saddest deals in the series, because he started human. He was raised from childhood as a candidate to become the ruler. He survived the Philosopher's Stone experiment, became Wrath, and ended up as Father's perfect political weapon. That is the key word.
What's scary?
Weapon. That is not freedom, that is a leash with medals. His career was engineered. His position was planned as wars
he
served
did.
a purpose.
Yes. Yes. He wanted to kill Hayes Muse's daughter for crying. That's crazy.
Even his role as husband and father exists inside Father's machine. That's what makes Bradley interesting. He has human pieces left in him. His relationship with his wife feels like the one thing he chooses for himself. But even that exists inside a life someone else designed. His ultimate eye lets him see almost everything in combat, but it does not let him see a way out. That is the cost of Wrath. He is the most human homunculus in some ways, and still one of the least free. Lust is easy to underestimate because she is so calm. She does not scream like Envy, she does not throw tantrums, she walks into a scene like she already knows how it ends.
Well, it is kind of sad that it's not mentioned as much anymore, but it's still one of the greatest anime of all time. I think one of the greatest anime stories ever told of all time.
Ultimate Spear is simple and terrifying. Her fingers extend into blades that can pierce almost anything. She can manipulate people, gather information, and kill without making a mess, unless she wants to. But Lust's cost is that her identity is built around desire, while she barely gets any real desire of her own. She is temptation as a weapon. Greed wants, envy wants, Bradley wants, even if he barely admits it, but lust mostly functions.
Yeah.
She seduces, threatens, kills, and moves father's plan forward. She's good at playing intimacy, but never really gets any. Even her death has a strange dignity to it. Mustang burns through her lives and she realizes she's finished. No begging, no meltdown, no dramatic speech about how unfair it is. She just accepts the end.
Am I now?
The cost of lust is not that she wants too much. It's that she was created to represent desire without ever being allowed to live and desire for herself. Gluttony feels simple at first. He eats, he follows lust around, he asks permission to eat people like a child asking for snacks before dinner, except the snack is a human being, and everyone should be deeply uncomfortable. But Gluttony's body hides one of Father's creepiest failures. His stomach is a failed attempt to recreate the gate of truth. So, Gluttony is not just hungry, he is built around an error. A broken imitation of something Father did not fully understand. No matter how much he eats, it never fixes anything. People disappear into him, objects disappear into him, enemies...
Yeah, he's a walking pocket dimension or some shit. If I remember right. Yeah, he's a walking pocket dimension. Fandom weird or something? I'm guessing because I watched the anime. Let me see. Boys, the Taurus. You're recruiting my dream girl. Okay, desire, but I see no heavies. Let me see. Good. In what way? Wait, was that? Wait, huh? True. Yeah, he did. I forgot how they got back. I think they use alchemy. I think they use reverse alchemy. I think they use fuck the the way that the East uses alchemy is in the reverse or some shit like that.
Disappear into him, but gluttony does not become whole. He does not become satisfied. He does not gain meaning from it, and so he just keeps on eating. That is the nightmare of gluttony.
There we go.
Consumption without fulfillment. Sloth is funny until you realize how miserable his existence is.
I forgot about Sloth. I keep forgetting Sloth exists. I know he doesn't he only pops up like a few times here and there, but I keep forgetting that he existed. He never got actually no, the thing about Sloth is like his character got changed, but this is the original Sloth, I believe, because from the manga, I think this is how he looks. From the 2003 version, he was a kid and confused, if I remember right. Right, Sloth made the Armstrong family had to jump for him. Yeah, to jump him. Yep.
Moving is a pain, fighting is a pain, thinking is a pain, existing seems like a pain. And yet, what job does Father give him? Digging. For years. Sloth carves out the massive tunnel system underneath the Mestris for the nationwide transmutation circle. The homunculus, who wants to do nothing, spends his life doing endless labor because resisting would take far too much effort. That's a cruel joke. Sloth is...
That is a cruel joke. That is a cruel joke. He was too lazy to rebel. That's kind of funny.
Exhaustion turned into a person. He is what happens when someone exists only to finish a task they do not care about, for a plan they do not understand, under a master they never question. His body is insanely strong. His speed is ridiculous when he uses it, but none of that gives him purpose. That is his cost. He has power without drive.
Yeah, that is a giant waste. That is a giant fucking waste. Yeah, that would piss me off. It's like being extremely rich, but you're not doing anything with that richness. You're not trying to better yourself or better the lives of others in your life or just anyone. You just have it and you're not doing anything with it. You just have it. You're not even using it. You just don't use it. It's just, why do you have it? You're better off not having it. Give it to someone else who's gonna use it or put in more you better use. Like, why the fuck do you have it?
Body built for action and a soul that wants
Well, slothfulness is a form of sin too, so
nothing.
it's a sin in itself.
Pride is probably the most ironic homunculus. He is the oldest. He is terrifying. His shadows can slice, bite, stretch, spy, and swallow people from the dark. He looks at humans like insects and talks like every conversation is beneath him. And yet, he spends most of the series pretending to be a little boy. That is not just a disguise.
Right?
It's
You have
actually
Exodia
the
but never
perfect
using it? That's crazy.
Pride thinks he is above humanity, but his cover depends on humans loving and protecting him. He lives as Selim Bradley, the innocent child in a family, while secretly being one of the most dangerous beings in the country. He performs childhood, family, and weakness, and that performance keeps him safe. That's what makes Pride so fascinating. The homunculus who believes he is superior survives by hiding inside the one form humans instinctively protect, a child. And when he loses, he gets reduced to something even more helpless. Not a god, not a king, not the ultimate being, just a tiny creature starting all over. That is the cost of pride. He spends centuries looking down on humanity, only to end up needing mercy from the humans he underestimated. So what does being a homunculus really cost? Not just souls. That answer is kind of too easy.
I already said that
yes,
at the
their
beginning,
bodies
so
are powered by stolen lives. Yes, their regeneration burns through the dead. Yes, their existence is built on one of the most horrifying uses of alchemy in the series. But the deeper cost is that every homunculus receives a fake answer to a real need. Greed wants connection, so he's given possession. Envy wants belonging, so he is given imitation. Wrath wants agency, so he's given command without freedom. Lust represents desire, but lives as someone else's tool. Gluttony wants fullness, but is built as an endless, empty stomach. Sloth wants rest, but is made to work. Pride wants superiority, but survives through dependence. Every one of them gets something powerful, but it comes with a twist. Almost right. Close enough to look like a gift from the outside, but wrong enough to ruin them from the inside. Greed is the only homunculus who realizes the thing he wanted was never a thing. It was people, loyalty, being remembered by someone who cared. That is the closest any of them come to winning. Not immortality, not power, not perfection, just being seen as more than what Father made them. So maybe the real tragedy of the homunculi is this. They were born from sins, but some of them almost became people. And in Full Metal Alchemist, almost is what hurts the most. So, which homunculus paid the worst price? Was it Bradley, who had a life but barely owned any of it? Envy, who could wear every face except one worth keeping? Or Greed, who finally got what he wanted, right when he had to let it go? Let me know in the comments, and subscribe to Anime Loop for more Full Metal Alchemist.
No matter which one you pick, they're all pretty much the same ending. They almost had it. There's no one that you can actually pick that's better than the other. Because they all fall in the same situation. Let me see here. Huh, interesting. What is this one? Ooh, Sage Rain. I haven't watched him in a very long time. I have not watched him in a very long time. I love the psychology of how he explains things. So this is Sage Rain. And he has 400,000 subscribers. I love it the way he explained things. Some of you probably have watched this before, or seen this, or even heard him before. I think we have done videos around him before, for those who are new, like PT. But we'll see where this goes. Yep. Amazing videos. I don't think I've seen this one. Yeah.
Enji Todoroki begins with weakness and strength. When his father attempted to save a girl, he wound
Great
up as
minds
a
think
corpse
alike, my
alongside
friend.
her. Enji watched his father die trying to be a good person.
And loves the heavies.
Instead of the takeaway being that he wanted to become a hero because he couldn't save his father and the girl to prevent something like that from ever happening again, Enji's takeaway was that weakness caused his father to fail. And so weakness is death. And so that became his biggest fear. Instead of facing down weakness, Enji runs away from it. He builds up this armor, protecting himself from ever having to face the possibility of being weak.
Well, I'm talking about for those who actually watch me for this long and watch me watch these type of things all the time before I started doing reactions, I'm saying, so.
He takes the name Endeavor, hard work, so that he will never, ever become weak. He grew envious of the true, quote, Superman, like All Might, who never had to face weakness or failure. Those who are weak die, just like his father, and that's what drove him. But deep down, Enji always thought of himself as a weak, feeble hero, a weak man. And that weakness, the fear of it, has kept him alive. It has made him into the number 2 hero, and eventually the number 1. Chapter 356 highlights this, and Enji here looks down on Endeavor. He loathes himself and his inferiority complex. We see here that Enji only puts on the appearance of strength. That his arrogance, even, was all an act. The fiery beard he puts on, even in the face of his own children, is to look and make him feel stronger than he actually is.
Not gonna lie, I always thought that was a cool character design for Endeavor. Having the fire as a beard was always kind of cool. I always thought that was cool. I think they took that idea too from Gurren Lagann. I think the Spiral King did the same thing, something similar to this, I think. It was a cool way for him to stand out instead of just saying he does fire. The fire became part of his literal body in the sense of like his beard. That really made him stand out. I thought that was really fucking cool. Makes sense there. Yep.
Because deep down, he is terrified of being a weak man. So his facade will convince him that he is indeed strong. It's fascinating because when the story begins, we almost exclusively get full-body perspectives and angles that make Endeavor look so threatening and powerful. He is a large man, and so Horikoshi played up his intimidation factor by placing him alongside Deku and Shoto first. And as the story continued and the facade slowly wore off, Enji was brought back down to earth, and these perspectives and angles changed. Endeavor's story is exactly that. It's the slow unraveling.
I'm not gonna lie, this angle, this frame. I don't know why I find this frame a little funny. The way he looks, he looks too straight on. I don't know what it is. I know he's tall and big, and that's the point of the factor. But there's something about this particular panel right here just makes him look kind of off and doofy. I don't know what it is. It makes me laugh. I don't know why. It's just weird. Oh shit. You know what it is? I think I know what it is. His head looks so small compared to his rest of his body. I think that's what it is. It's like a Reinhardt situation. You know how Reinhardt has like a small head in Overwatch, but his body's big? So it's kind of like that, but it's not buff, it's lanky. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And for some odd reason, I don't know why, I think this was after the war, they made him wear this weird Steve Jobs, like, turtleneck. I don't know, the turtleneck kind of works, but it kind of throws me off. Like, who wears a turtleneck just... a turtleneck. John Rod? I'm not sure who that is. Well, the name doesn't ring a bell. Feel me?
Of Enji Todoroki. Endeavor was the mask to hide Enji, and what a hero Endeavor is. He is not the number 2 hero for no reason. We are privy to his prowess when he teaches Deku, Shoto, and Bakugo how to heighten and use their abilities. And we see how intelligent, quick, and sharp he is. Endeavor is incredibly perceptive, learning not only how to develop new techniques, but also to understand how his abilities work and their drawback. Endeavor is a testament to his name. He has built himself up to be such a powerhouse of a hero, and so that shift from the mighty Endeavor to the insecure Engie is fascinating, because Engie looks at strength as the number one pillar. All Might was a true hero, a true number one. Endeavor might dislike All Might, but he admires everything that the number one hero stands for, and that's who his sights were set on. Become number one, bridge that gap, and then, only then, will he truly feel strong. And then he can no longer fail and die a death like his fathers, because he would have been strong. But All Might proved to be a once-in-a-lifetime talent. A hero who set the bar so high that he altered the landscape of heroes and villains. A man who ushered in an era of peace almost single-handedly.
It was great.
The gap between All Might and Endeavor was insurmountable, and that ultimately broke the number two hero.
His Providence move was extremely
Which is kind of
insane
a crazy
against
realization,
the high
because
end as well.
Endeavor was quite prodigious on his own. At 20 years old, he was already the number two in the world, behind All Might. But envy, coupled with obsession and a deep inferiority complex, prevented him from seeing how powerful he had become without the comparison to All Might, because everybody is weak in comparison to the number one hero. So as young as 20 years old, Endeavor basically gave up on his goal to become number one. He sought out his soon-to-be wife, Rei Himura, got married, and shortly after he had his first
another
child,
special move in the fourth move.
Endeavor
What
was
move
on
is
a
that
hunt
one?
to engineer a child that would take on his goal of becoming stronger than All Might. We all know what he becomes. But his abuse was not from the get-go. Engie and Rei had a decent marriage. But as All Might kept widening the gap between the two, Engie really started to lose himself. The bigger the gap grew, the more he burdened little Toya and Rei. But as soon as they discovered that Toya was not physically built to withstand fire, Engie withdrew from teaching his eldest child as he began showing signs of real injury, burns from his own abilities. Endeavor worried about his son's health, but it was too late. Endeavor placed all of his hopes and dreams on Toya.
I don't know, this relationship right here throws me off sometimes, where people said he was abusive. Yes, I get he was abusive towards his wife here and there on how he treated the kids, but he was not that much of a monster to force his son to become the number one hero once he realized the boy could not use his powers normally. He said to the kid, he said to the kid, you don't have to be the number one, you don't have to be a hero, you don't have to be number one hero, you don't have to do that shit. Choose something else. I'd rather you choose something else than burn yourself alive or some shit like that. But this kid was so obsessed for his father's approval. His father even said, you can be whatever you want, just don't do the shit that's gonna fuck your whole shit up. I don't know, that part really, I couldn't put that one on him. Right? Like, I couldn't, like, part of me cannot be mad at bro when he told this kid directly to his face and held him and said, stop doing this. You're going to hurt yourself. I don't even care if you're a hero or not. I just rather you be alive. I'd rather you be alive. Yeah, you're not going to be the hero, but that's fine. You don't have to push yourself anymore. You don't have to do this shit no more. I still love you and shit. Just stop doing this shit. This kid did not fucking listen for some odd reason. He had a weird obsession to make his dad happy, and it was just insane. I think it... Listen, I'm not excusing his abuse towards his family. I'm not excusing that. That should have been regulated almost off the jump. With his domineeringness. Yeah, but like, I don't know. It's just... He was using his quirk to sneak out? For real? How do you do that? I mean, he did like a Bakugo thing. He like kind of flew. Yeah, but because he kept on telling him, stop doing this. Stop doing this. And he was not listening. What could the man do at this point? It's one thing if it's one thing if the boy was still being pushed after the fact that the doctor said if he keeps doing, he's going to a road. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But after the fact, to be honest, whatever happened to Toya, I mean, was it Toya? Tema? Is it Tema? Is Is it Tenma? I think it's, or it's Toya. I think it's Toya. I think his name's Toya. I think it's Toya. I would, right? They have caretakers. How did they lose him? Toya, there you go. For what I don't understand is this. If you saw that your first son went up in blaze the way it went, why would you even go down the same path you did with the other kid, with Todoroki? It makes no sense. Yeah, it did. And his was like, wait, did his turn blue after the fact? It was always red first, right? And then it eventually turned blue, right? Or did it turn blue while he was a kid? I don't remember. I forgot. Is blue fire hotter than red fire? I think it is. Wait, let me check real quick. I think it is. Is blue fire... Yes, blue fire is genuinely the hottest common flame color. It says here that blue is, though. It says blue fire is genuinely hottest common flame color, representing the complete combustion and temperatures of 1,400 Celsius to 3,000. Oh, he primarily his pain receptors? Oh yeah, that makes sense, yes. Let me see. However... Oh, okay. It makes sense why his skin... Okay, that makes total sense. However... Oh, that makes more sense. Okay, however, specialized chemicals reactions, like burning... I don't know how to say that. I can't read that if for the death of me. What does that say?
Dicyanoacetylene.
Excuse me? How do you say that?
Dicyanoacetylene.
Dicyanoacetylene. What the fuck? How do you say... Okay. Is an oxygen can produce an even hotter blue-white flame, reaching nearly 5,000 Celsius to 9,000 Fahrenheit. Holy shit. Yeah, I kind of noticed that he did. So that's why.
Becoming strong. And Toya had the perfect disposition to become Endeavor's heir. His firstborn had that burning desire to be great, with his father in his ear reminding...
You know, sad, you can go watch Full Metal for free on VR chat. It won't cost you a thing.
...him that his fire was even stronger than Endeavor's. Toya had the burning desire for his father to be proud of him.
You don't need a VR headset.
Suddenly being ignored by his father for years, and having his parents push him not to relent for safety, but to completely give up being a hero.
White flames is a thing? Hold up. Let me see. That's a thing? No, blue fire is... No, I just typed... Is white fire the hottest? No. Blue fire is genuinely hotter than the white fire. While white hot flames are extremely hot, reaching up to about 1,000 to 1,300 to 1,500 Celsius or higher, can clean, efficient blue flame can exceed 1,400 and push past 3,000 Celsius. Yeah, 3,000 Celsius. 3,000 degrees Celsius under optimal conditions. So they said here is the flame color temperature scale. The first one is red. Red is actually the coolest one. Red flames are the coolest one. Approximately 525 degrees Celsius to 1,000. Orange and yellow is 1,000. I'll check that in a second. Orange and yellow is intermediate. Is approximately 1,100 Celsius to 1,200 Celsius. White, very hot, is approximately 1,300 to 1,600. I said that twice. 1,300 to 1,600 Celsius. Blue violet, hottest, can exceed 2,500 to 3,000 Celsius plus. So yeah, the blue and violet are the hottest ones. I don't know. I've never seen a violet one, but well, yeah. But I've never seen a white one. wonder what that looks like. Check that later. But yeah, it's hot as fuck. Either one. You just red. Just the basic red is still a pain in the ass to touch. So like,
That scarred Toya. But the final nail in the coffin for Toya was how his father's disposition completely changed when their final child, Shoto, was born. Shoto the masterpiece, the one. And that truly shattered Toya's sense of self. The only thing Enji ever taught Toya was how to turn the heat up. Endeavor never taught his son how to ease into anything. He didn't teach his son how to contain.
oh, you just hit the road, hit the floor running. Got it.
He only taught him how to be strong, how to be stronger, because that is Endeavor's domain. Enji notes
I've
that the
seen the
world
White
of
Flames
heroes
before.
is
It's
all he
lovely.
can
I
teach
gotta check
anyone,
that out.
and that's
I
true.
wonder how that. Where would you
His
find
eldest
that?
is incredibly one-track minded. For Toya, it's only heroism. And that's because Enji has never felt worthy enough for anything else in his life. The world of heroes was how he defined himself. Being strong was how he measured success. Endeavor was the mask he put on so that he
Wait.
never had to be Enji.
Are you talking about like
And when it came time
Asa
to
de
find a wife and have children,
Amaterasu
he
type
approached
shit, or are you
it through
talking
the
about
lens
real
of
flames?
being a hero, through the lens of strength. It's why he found an ice-based quirk to offset the weakness of overheating. So Toya goes to school and all the other kids want to be heroes. It's only natural that the son of Endeavor intends to be just like his father. Naturally, all of the other kids would expect that of him as well. So knowing all this and his disposition, of course Toya can't just let go. The number 2 hero runs away from facing his eldest son. He doesn't know how to
It's a
help him.
black
As
one?
mentioned, Endeavor never faces his problems head on. Whether it's insecurity, whether it's his child's needs, his response is always to run away, to bury himself in his work. So when an upset and confused Toya takes a swipe at baby Shoto, Enji doubles down on this, burying his child.
Yes, black flames are real, but they only appear black under specific optimal and chemical conditions. Rather than glowing black naturally, you can create a real black fire by introducing sodium, like table salt, into a alcohol flame and illuminating it with monochromatic low pressure sodium lamp. How do black flames work? That's actually pretty cool. Come on, look that up later.
Okay, today I'm going to...
The responsibility of him with his wife and retreating to hero, retreating to Shoto, which gives us a good segue to talk about Enji and his wife, Rei. Endeavor's abuse of Rei begins mentally and emotionally. Of course, the two knew what they were getting themselves into with the quirk
there we go.
agreed upon by both parties. But when Toyo's disposition resembles Endeavor's, and the news of his body not being adaptable to fire comes to light, Enji's emotional turmoil and inferiority complex puts pressure on Rei to have more children, having Fuyumi and Natsuo, and eventually giving birth to Shoto, despite Rei being initially against.
I wonder, did they have to do... Wait, was it... I know they... This may be a weird question, but like... So, did he have to... Did he have to, like, get romantic, or he just forced himself upon her? I wondered that.
Instead. In this panel here of Endeavor's rage in chapter 301 is the first instance we see of Enji's silhouette, a silhouette that we see as his story worsens. To me, it depicts Enji slowly losing his humanity, until he becomes just a looming presence, a man who has entirely run away from his family and from himself. We then see Endeavor's sheer desperation when Natsu is born, and what I want to focus on is the bags under Rei's eyes. This is a woman who is also losing herself. When Shoto is born, there's a mix of satisfaction at, of course, having a child, but also relief and sadness.
I guess.
And Rei's face is just heartbreaking. As mentioned, Endeavor retreated when things got difficult, and he did so in a major way, isolating Shoto and himself from the rest of the children. Endeavor burdened Rei once more with trying to manage Toya's burning desires that Enji himself was responsible for, and that only Enji really could pacify. Rei now has to take care of 3 children, ensuring that their needs are met physically, mentally, emotionally. and she has to take care of the volatile Toya. Of course, she can't manage to do all of these things, so when Toya snaps once again, Enji's abuse now turns verbal. It happens in the earshot of all the children, and then it turns physical, as Enji hits her. At the same time, Toya and Shoto's eyes are beginning to reflect those of their fathers, and it's starting to impact Ray. These are long days. Shoto returns from training bruised and battered, crying that he doesn't want to be like his father. And at the same time, Toya is training in secret and acting out. Fuyumi and Natsuo still need attention. This is emotional labor that...
They question the age. Well, then again, remember, this is Japanese culture, so like, you gotta put it this way. You even if they were pretty young, or whatever case may be, there are different cultures on how they do things. They may not agree upon it, which I don't, but then again, you know, it is what it is. Even if he was like much older, if he was like, say, 20 or in his 30s and she was like young and 18 or some shit. Because, you know, other countries, see, that's the thing. It's funny when you put it this way. This might sound weird, but hear me out here. It's funny how we push diversity, inclusion, and all that bullshit into like everything, and we need to get all people's cultures right, but we don't want to respect said cultures when their cultures go against the grain of Western thinking. think of it that way, right? Like, think of it that way. Oh, is that type of family? Oh my god. It's that type of family dynamic dynasty bullshit that they want to keep it pure and all that shit. That's not good. But yeah, think of it. We all talk about inclusion and diversity and must keep other people's cultures intact. For some weird reason, when it comes to European cultures, we tend to totally grape that from behind, which I can see the hypocrisy in that nonsense. But when it comes to any other culture other than European, we must be 100% accurate to the bullshit. But if those cultures happen to be a religion or a certain way of thinking and how they, if they think of like arranged marriages or anything like that, of the nobles, I get you. If they have like arranged marriages and stuff like that, us as Westerners will say, oh, no. We don't really do all that no more here in the big West. We don't do those things here. That's not acceptable here. But wait, you're going against their culture, right? Remember, their culture does things differently. That's the whole fucking point, right? So this is why the inclusion diversity thing is a fucking... It shouldn't be a thing. Because once you start doing that, everyone's culture that does not fall into the idea of how the West thinks, you're going to be at odds. That's why certain religions in certain countries do not work together at all. You can't make people work together in that sense. And anyone who thinks anywise, you are naive and or ignorant of the fact. You cannot let people who have differing opinions or sense of lifestyles or religions to work in the same place if not willing to give up and or abandon said culture norms to live in said crockpot of America. Okay? So that's how it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. As much as you want it to work, and we all want it to work, don't get me wrong. We all want, oh, thank you. Coins. Let's go! Let's go! Thank you for that. Oh, I didn't get that. What the? Where's the coin from? Ah! I'm getting coins! Did I say something nice? I don't think I said something nice. It is what it is, but thank you. Yay! Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Aw. But yes, the point I was saying is that you can't force certain ideologies, certain cultures, and certain culture norms to just be gone and or eroded, because if because if one thing is not accepted, the whole thing is not accepted, because that's part of the whole culture, right? You can't just abandon one thing for another, for the whole thing. It's either it's accepted or it's not. That's how it goes, right? So this freedom of expression and religions tend to like clash, and that's where you're gonna have issues, right? Unless the religion themselves or the people that's entailed in that are willing to. That was a lot. It was a lot of coins, yes, but it was roses. So they're low tier gift coins, but there was roses. So I am very grateful that I get them. So I appreciate them. Thank you. But yeah, it is hard to make that type of lifestyle or those type of things coexist with each other, and this is why I think we're at this weird crossroads with one another right now. Currently, what's going on in the UK, Japan, and I guess in South America, where in Spain, and then we are also dealing with it to a degree. I can't say names or say certain words because, well, obviously we're on platform. But the point is like, if we're being honest with each other, there are certain religions and certain cultures that just don't coexist because of history or how things are presented or how they're constructed. It just doesn't work, and it causes resentment, anger, frustration, and just overall confusion amongst each other and how to coexist. That's it. But yeah, that's the messed up part about it. That's just part of life. And if you're trying to pretend like we all can make that work. We can make it work, but you have to abandon certain parts of your so-called culture for it to work. That's that's how you assimilate. But if you don't, you have to stay where that culture originally came from. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not going to work with the West to a degree. So this is why I kind of question why people get kind of annoyed when they're watching like a certain anime and there's certain things that's presented in said anime, because that's in a certain culture of how they live, Japanese culture, right? So if there's like, they're talking about like say like there's an anime about in a certain dynasty, Goku dynasty or whatever, and there's certain like marriages or social norms that are acceptable in those time periods. Don't get all weirded out when a grown person tries to marry that of someone much younger than them. You know what I'm saying? That was a normal thing back then. It's not accepted now, but that was what it was back then. So to get upset at it is almost dumb. You know what I'm saying? That's just what was back then. You know what I'm saying? But I think this is where there's a weird dissidence where young people really think the world was how it was today and anything beyond back then never happened. Or if it did happen, it needs to be it needs to be totally erased. Right? Is in camel country. Yeah, let's say it's in camel country. Let's put it that way. Yeah, desert country. But you get what I'm saying. So this is not to offend anyone. Please don't. If you're hearing me or out of context, this is not to offend, but it is true. Right? You have to be Oh, you was filtered. Oh, sorry, my dude. You got I guess say camel country or like desert land. But yeah, but if you're hearing this out of context, this is not to offend or, anything like that. That is just literally the way of things. And, that's just, it sucks, but it is what it is.
Engie never takes on only Ray. The mental turmoil that Ray was put through by Engie is vastly understated. In chapter 302, most of Engie's interactions in the flashback happened with this silhouetted look for him. And Engie runs away to the world of heroes.
That was a lot of
When Ray
coins, but
asks him
thank you
to
for the
help,
coins.
he shies away by saying that is all that he can show him. That he is not equipped to be a father after 4 children. In that scene, Engie calls his wife, quote, you. He doesn't even address her by her name anymore.
Yeah, that was very telling. When he said you, because there's a tone and there's a bravado that happens when this happens. When you start referring to your significant other or loved ones into a certain name or a certain thing, that will stick. Given how traumatizing the situation is, that will stick. And then that will open a gateway to more abuse. If not nipped in the butt that instantly. But because she couldn't defend herself or, walk out of this, she had to deal with this. So, sucks.
Again, he has abandoned his humanity in pursuit of that goal. The lack of acknowledgement gives the already obsessive Toya so much extra time to think, overthink, and reflect on his lack of purpose in the world.
Okay, now we can do
If he
the.
cannot be stronger than All Might,
I think I'm very close to the face now. At first, we was nowhere close to what the face was, but I think we're a lot closer than we was before. The human backpack curl. Didn't I say there was a limit to that? I think there was a limit to that. The human backpack. You're talking about the wait? Are you talking about the nurse? No, you're talking about Aerie. You're talking about Aerie. I think there's a limit to. Oh, yeah. I've learned the reason why Aerie did not heal All Might. If you're wondering this, there is a limit and there is an explanation for this. So apparently, how Aerie powers work, it doesn't just work. It has to be stored up with time. Or something like that. What energy has to be stored up with time. So like, okay, so like I think she's like what? 9 years old or something like that, right? I think in the series. But she couldn't heal them because once she uses a certain amount of time power or something like that, because it's not a restoring of like healing, it's a restoring back of time. So back what it was one before something bad happened to it, right? So what happens is if she uses a ability that takes like it's a stockpile type where if it takes 6 to 7 years, if she stocks on 6 to 7 years of energy, if she uses it on someone, she has to it restarts itself completely, and she has to do the whole thing all over again, even if she's a certain age. Yeah, it takes a long time. A long amount of time. So because I thought she was like a walking plot hole, because if she can just heal people, she would have just helped like All Might become back to his glory days, right? But they should have explained this almost instantly in the animes, because a lot of people was getting pissed off about that. Like, if Aerie can have the ability to like reverse people's shit, why didn't she just reverse them? I was annoyed by that too. So it is what it is. It's fucking annoying, but like they do explain this in the manga, I believe, but they did not explain this well in the anime, as I remember.
if he cannot even be stronger
They
than
just
Shoto,
explained it as she's just not powerful enough or some bullshit. But I think the manga explains that it's a stockpile type quirk. I'm not sure. I never went that deep. Once they explain how that power works, then that kind of made sense. But I don't think they know anyone that has time powers, because if they did, they would have been probably a big Thanos levels type threat. Or if they did, they would have just used that character to take down probably even fucking what's his name? All for One. So yeah, it would.
then what is he? In essence, Toya feels like he is unlovable because he is not strong. This is kind of like a perversion of Enji's origins and his own motivations. It just shows how Toya is the perfect reflection of his father. Both motivated by weakness, both eternally obsessed with strength, both will never achieve what they desire, and neither can come to terms with that. But the difference is that Enji had the chance to help his son, but he turned his back, neglected him for the masterpiece, for 5 years after his birth, and he destroyed his family in the process. Enji's anger over All Might surpassing him, coupled with the genuine concern he felt for his son harming himself, only made Enji despise himself more and more. He couldn't take responsibility because that would make him a weak man, a failure, the thing he feared most. So he resorted to blaming it on Rei. Toya then snapped for the final time, desperate for his
I'm not
father's
gonna
attempt.
lie. I think in a weird, strange way, I don't think this was intended to be funny, but it kind of cheapened a little bit of Endeavor's character, where he was crying for Shoto in the what do you call it, in the fucking hospital in the anime. It came off too like comedic, and it took the seriousness out of whatever was going on with him. like that whole speech he was giving, and then Shoto came to the door. I was like, bro, that shit kind of made me a little annoyed. I was like, I get it, but they trying to lighthearten him. But like, it was just not needed. It felt like a Marvel thing. You know what I'm saying? Like Marvel, like a Marvel, like we need to make a joke out of virtually everything type shit. That kind of annoyed the fuck out of me with him screaming Shoto like that. And I'm like, bro, this is fucking embarrassing. That's not like I was with you when you was crying and shit, but now, right? Like you crying and shit, saying you're sorry and being a horrible father. I get that, but like when you started screaming Shoto and I was like, okay, dude, you can stop the bullshit now. It's kind of annoying now. It's kind of getting me annoyed. I'm getting kind of tight.
And he got himself killed as a result of Endeavor's neglect. The trauma of having lost their son is what set Rei off, seeing Enji and her children, eventually leading her to burn Shoto, a mental collapse.
Correct.
Enji already neglected each of his children, but Tori's death was the sunken
Correct.
cost
It was
policy
worthless. It was
played
just
in
annoying.
real time. He then poured everything he could into Shoto, his last hope, because maybe if Shoto surpassed All Might, then he will at least have that. Endeavor distanced himself further and further from his children and into himself, growing arrogant and even more self-absorbed, even calling Shoto his, quote, creation when he talks to him after the tournament. Gale Force recalls Endeavor's eyes, calling it an icy gaze full of hate towards something far off.
Yeah. Atonement is what we do to fix relationships fractured by the wrongdoing. To atone is at first pass. Sorry. Atonement is what we do to fix relationships fractured by the wrongdoing. To atone is at first pass. To do something to repair this rupture by addressing the source of the rupture, namely the wrongdoing. Stanford Encyclopedia. There we go. Phew.
Endeavor's atonement begins when All Might retires, and the number 2 hero is thrust into the spotlight and is forced to replace All Might as the number 1 hero. Everything he desired, everything that he ever wanted, is now handed to him, gifted to him. Not by virtue of his hard work, not by virtue of his strength, but simply because he was next in line. And he is unable to accept that. Unable to accept that the despair that he was led to, the abuse that he put his children, his wife through, was all for naught. Endeavor realizes that there is no more goal to chase. There is no mountain to climb. He simply now has to sit with the emotions
it's never easy,
and live with the
but
results.
it is necessary.
Couple that with the realization that even the perfect All Might struggled for years before his retirement as he saw in his weakened form.
Oh, very much
so. The perfection that Enji chased, was it even worth it? This forces Endeavor to reconsider All Might's contribution to the world of heroes. It forces him to question what it means to be number 1, what it means to be a hero. What Endeavor never factored in was that not only was All Might powerful, but being number 1, being a symbol, was about how he made people feel. He made them feel warm and safe and protected. They looked up to him. Meanwhile, his own son rejects him. Endeavor has never had to be a symbol for anyone when he was number 2, because that's how radiant All Might was.
Yeah.
All Might poses the question, what purpose does our strength serve? More than the stats, more than the social media numbers, what is the meaning of their strength and their power? Endeavor, who has been haunted by the idea of strength, finally, for the first time, considers his responsibility, and he watches as Shoto teaches the children. He realizes that perhaps their purpose is to aid the next generation.
Yeah,
I think at this juncture in the story, we can talk about how the narrative treats Endeavor the hero and Enji the father, and how nuanced and mature this heavy storyline is. As Enji sets out on his path to try and be better, he says all of the right things to Shoto and to himself and to his family. And then, in his first display as number 1 in front of everybody, he fights the Nomu, the bioengineered foil to Endeavor, a strength-obsessed monster willing to destroy everything in his path to be the strongest. Sounds familiar. Endeavor symbolically defeats his past self. He gets pushed to the breaking point, he fights back, and he honestly shows a level of resolve and positive determination that we've never seen from him. Watch me, he said in his first press conference, and watch him the world did. and attitudes changed towards him as he paid homage to All Might in his pose. It feels like a stepping
I'm telling you something. Hirokoshi is a master at giving expression to his characters. He is very good at giving good expressions to his characters. You can instantly tell how they're feeling based on how he's a masterclass. I am extremely impressed by his techniques. Extremely impressed. It's insane.
stone, like things are going good for the New World #1. But Horikoshi juxtaposes the highest of highs as endeavor to the cold, shattering response Enji received when meeting his children for dinner. Enji thought that being a respectable #1 hero was enough to earn his family's forgiveness. Being a hero that they could be proud of would undo everything that he did. And with that, he was met with a verbal dissection from Natsuo, in front of everybody, a humbling one. Out there, he is #1, but at home, he is still Enji who destroyed his family, Enji the monster. Natsuo reminds him of the specifics of his abuse. The way he abandoned his, quote, failures. The way he left them to hear Shoto's cries and their mother's screams. And Toya. Natsuo tells his father that no matter what good he does as Endeavor, it will never be enough to fix the damage that he did as Enji the father. And the fact that these events happen right next to each other shows the level of care that the narrative.
This scene with him, the scene with him.
It will never be enough to fix the damage that he did as Enji the father.
I tell you, this scene right here, I thought he was gonna fight him. I thought he was going to throw hands. I thought he was gonna throw hands with Brian. That's it. I was like, for some odd reason, I thought they was gonna fight. Like straight up. And he wearing that sweater too. Jesus. Oh, you know what bro needs? He needs he needs like a fitted cap. A fitted cap and some Timbs. Mr. Deadass himself. You heard?
And the fact that these events happen.
He already got the sweater on. Like Jesus Christ. Like he needs the sweater. He got the sweater. All he needs is a fitted cap, a gold chain, and a fucking some Timbs. Gotta get a good fit on before he stomps your ass out with the Timbs. With the Timbs.
And the fact that these events happen right next to each other
with the
shows the level of care that the narrative takes with this subplot. And more than that, it constantly reinforces to the reader that Endeavor is not a good man. That his abuse, no matter how good of a hero he is or he becomes, no matter how many people he saves, it will never be okay. Whether it's by Shoto, by Natsuo, by Toya, he will always be reminded of this. And just before these two events, he was harboring this entitlement towards his children, as if he could step into the role of father without acknowledging anything that had happened. That because he felt bad, that he is suddenly owed access to their time.
The Timbs,
Kakarot, the Timbs. Or ask for forgiveness. But quickly, Enji realizes that he has lost the right to engage with his family on his own terms. So whether it's answering the phone or demanding forgiveness, he is owed absolutely nothing from his family, and ultimately, he accepts that. It's only then that he realizes that forgiveness is too late, that he can only atone. As Endeavor, he defeats Nomu, and now as Enji, he is also moving forward. This is also symbolized by hawks giving him feathers and wings in their battle against Nomu. Endeavor is now like a phoenix, reborn, rising from the ashes, both physically in their fight and symbolically with his family and his own.
Can you see this? I'll zoom in on this bitch. Gotta appreciate the art, bro. You can't just let that slide. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at those. Look at the action lines. So clean. This is so clean. Look how clean that looks. Look how clean that looks, bro. You gotta admire this shit. Right? Look at this shit. Holy moly, dude. You gotta admire that shit. You only live once. That's amazing. Beautiful chapter. Beautiful panel. Amazing panel.
Own desires. Enji desires to be someone his family can be proud of. He wants to make amends, so he ultimately removes himself from the new family home that he built. And this, to me, is Enji's first real act of love in this series.
I thought
letting his family
I thought
be
the
at
same
peace
thing.
and
Like,
be
no
safe
shit.
and happy without him. Because that proves that he understands his role in the matter. Horikoshi does a good job of showing the three-dimensional character that is Enji Todoroki. When he holds on tight to Natsuo and Bakugo after the villain attack, we see the desperation in his eyes, the fear of almost having lost a second child. And here you get the sense that at his core,
second child and kid,
that he is not an evil man. Again, the narrative never makes you feel bad for Endeavor either, because his past horrors against his family only get worse as the story unfolds. As Enji grows as a human being, it is juxtaposed with the details of his abuse. Enji made some terrible choices that are his own to accept and live with for the rest of his life. A terribly weak, insecure individual who lost himself. I don't say this to justify this character.
Should have just adopted
but his core is
pretty
not
much
malicious.
the same.
He is a terribly weak, insecure individual who lost himself. He makes sure not to ask his children for forgiveness. He makes sure that now his children are seen for their values and good traits, like when he calls Natsuo caring, or when he praises Fuyumi. These are all things Enji wished he had said when he was neglecting his two children. If his vision wasn't blinded by All Might. Because he is so perceptive and meticulous when it matters to him. He just started looking at his children and easily he recognizes their desires, their traits. So not only does Enji the father grow, Endeavor the #1 hero does as well. As he progresses in the story, we get a full-rounded view of how he handles being in the spotlight. We get to see how he is as the #1. He's oversized, bumbling, he's awkward, but again, a damn good hero. Endeavor cares about the people. He's cognizant of civilians when he takes Nomu to the sky before using his ultimate attack. When he is instructing the trio of Deku, Bakugo, and Shoto, he is very blunt and straightforward about the consequences of being too late or being too slow, that real people's lives are at stake. He's very serious about that. One of the most interesting talking points in online discourse about Endeavor are the staunch positions taken on his character. On one side, some believe that Endeavor is a good man, that he has been redeemed. And on the other, it's that from the get-go, Endeavor is an evil, evil man. But with this character,
yeah, you know what? I'm telling you, I think there's a problem when people... It's one thing when someone does not change. It's another when they're actually putting an effort and you're not giving them at least the benefit of doubt to a degree. Now, there's always... I think in the Bible it says a man is allowed to make mistakes or at least fall down 70 times. I think 70 times is the number, per se. I don't know how literal that means, but like it's supposed to be 70 or something. Yeah, it's the effort that is put in, but the problem with this is, I'm not saying this is a leftist thing, but I noticed this in a Western thing. If you're technically woke to a degree, there is a weird purity test you have to always upheld. Well, yeah, true. You have to upheld, and if you don't upheld said purity test in the idea of wokeness, once you even deviate, whether in your past or currently, you instantly get exiled. Correct. correct. I don't know literally about the 70 part, but that's a thing. But the point I'm saying is this: is that what was I saying? What I'm saying is that it depends. I think it depends really on the heinous crime itself, because there are some crimes that I don't think could be like just forgotten or just be like, you know. You have to have some sense of like some standard, right? So I would say if someone's trying to put the effort to like do something good or at least better themselves, at least give them a chance. If they do fuck up again, then you can disregard them. Disregard him completely if you want. But, like, you know, it is what it is. And I don't think he was saying sorry at the time of when his children were growing up. He's saying sorry to them now after he realized how horrible he was. Well, it doesn't excuse him not to get, like, still some blowback, but, like, for him to be, like, this evil, evil man. I don't think he was an evil man. I think he was misguided as shit. He was misguided as shit.
Ever black or white. Personally, I'm not here to discuss...
Remember, his father died when he was young, so he had no father to actually guide him through being a father. So when you put it that way, and that affected him greatly. So, to be honest, when you really think of it, the death of the father had him so obsessed with getting power. So, in a weird way, the impact of a father is very important to a young boy. Yeah, we all can be misguided. It can happen. It can happen. It don't matter what age. We can all be just misguided at one point. So. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard one. Yes, I do know who that is.
Whether Endeavor has earned redemption, or if he deserves it. He's not interested in that. I'm interested in what atonement means and what it looks like. Philosopher Richard Swinburne notes that atonement requires 4 phases. Repentance, apology, reparation, and penance. Repentance asks that the wrongdoer acknowledges that he did the act and it was wrong, distancing the act from his present ideals. He must also publicly disown the act, a sincere apology to the victim. Repentance also involves a resolve to amend. You cannot repent of a past act if you intend to do it again. One may say, I'm very sorry, or I really apologize. An agent cannot alter the fact that he did the past act, but what he can do is make the present he in his attitude as different as possible from the past he who did the act. That is the most he can do towards undoing the act.
Okay,
to give what we cannot too easily afford is always a serious act, and the penitent constitutes his apology as serious by making it costly. Apologies can be difficult, because oftentimes they are not good enough. We feel something else is required. By removing the harm done, the wrongdoer makes reparation. Sometimes, alas, full reparation or compensation is not possible. But there are things the wrongdoer can do that can compensate the victim in part.
It is very ironic.
Something else would be some token of the wrongdoer's sorrow, a performative act whereby he disowns his wrong act in a way which mere words do not do. By doing something which causes him a time, effort, and money, he constitutes the act as meant and serious. This act constitutes his expression of gratitude. Penance is performed. It's an action done out of contrition for one's wrongdoings. It's really the return of Toya, his firstborn, as Dabby, the villain, who exposes Endeavor to the world, that marks this journey. Dabby raises a point about the hero society. Who is allowed to call themselves a hero? Is heroism only reserved for the perfect few? Or should flawed, troubled people still become heroes? Endeavor is an incredible hero, but an equally abusive father and husband. Would removing him from the ranks be the right move?
Interesting.
Even though he saved thousands and will continue to save even more? Having to face down his son and having him tell the world in detail about the abuse and neglect suffered at the hands of Endeavor, that's what atonement looks like. When Toya reveals himself, Endeavor's heart shatters. Because not only is he responsible for the creation of a mass murderer, but it's that Enji failed his baby boy, his firstborn. It's all his fault, and now he finally realizes, he finally faces it. He destroyed Toya, and so his heart breaks. He has become the weak man that he feared becoming. Enji only saw strength in the realm of heroes, in the physical, and so he destroyed everything to become strong. But now, as he grapples with the non-hero world, he realizes that he has neglected that aspect of his life. So he says that Enji lives on, but Endeavor died back there. But the Todoroki family will not allow Enji to wallow in self-pity, because this is his atonement. He has no choice but to face down his son. For Toya, he has to look inwards. We learn that Endeavor's insecurity still exists, that weakness still permeates Endeavor's mind. The self-loathing, the imposter syndrome, that's what has been fueling him this entire time. That's what has kept him alive and strong. The fear of being a weak man.
Hey, H,
It's
what's
also
going
what has
on?
led him to destroy his family. So when he
What do you
buries
mean?
that part of him, when to use his obsessive nature for good, that is when he becomes ready to face down Toya.
Oh, you was asking? No,
Because
you
now
didn't
there's
come up
nothing
with it.
holding him back. No more time for self-pity. Endeavor then goes on to face Toya, and he suffers catastrophic injuries that he never would have to save his eldest son, who tried to self-destruct. His baby boy who always harmed himself in order to get his father to acknowledge him. The hellish Todoroki family all join and suffer the consequences to try and save their lost boy, their brother.
Hey,
He
what's
begins
up,
this
Dad?
series
What's
as
going
an
on?
arrogant, self-righteous man, a man who saw no value in anything other than strength, a man with myopic vision, who only saw the one in front of him. But by the end of the story, Enji looks at all of his children. He looks at Toya. He takes full responsibility for his choices, he apologizes, and he looks at his family. He sees every single one of them for all that they are, and he vows to visit his eldest son every day for the rest of his life, to be reminded of his failures, of his choices every single day. Endeavor knows that he has been in hell since Toya's announcement, and that because of it, he will be shielding his family from the fallout, the best way that he can. I think it's poetic that Dabi was the one to put the final nail in Endeavor's coffin, just as Enji did to Toya. And now Enji is stuck with the son that he abandoned, and he is stuck with that grief. Endeavor puts their happiness above their own, and for a time, when he was a hero before the final battle, it affected the way he approached being a hero. We saw how he cared about civilians and about damages. We saw how he became a kinder, gentler hero. Endeavor wanted to be seen as a force for good, and he was. Atonement forced Endeavor to confront all aspects of his life, and it forced him to get better in every single one. To simply understand that he is beyond forgiveness,
Crying as in
and
laughing?
to have the desire to atone, an act that grants him nothing, that is at least
Oh,
admirable.
thank you.
It is very human. We tend to gravitate to these stories of real, human-like, three-dimensional characters
Dizzy.
changing and growing and getting a second chance. I think it's because we would all like to believe that we will be afforded a second chance if we have truly earned it. We've all hurt somebody. Of course, the degrees of that hurt vary, but these stories demonstrate the worth of atonement and redemption. They show us how kindness nurtures the soul, how it puts any unrest at peace, how it helps others. These characters give us hope that we can change, that we can be better, that we must be
I believe
better.
you.
And that's also why Endeavor is such a polarizing figure. Because although it's fiction, abuse is very close to home for a lot of people. While my hero approached it with nuance, the different reactions are to be expected when it's a matter that is so real and so heavy. I think Endeavor is the best written character of this series, but there are some criticisms. And the main criticism that I would like to raise is the absence of Ray's perspective. I didn't love how we did not get to know how she felt about her husband directly from her own words, as she too suffered a lot. In some of the epilogue chapters, she seems to have taken more of a role alongside Enji, which again I don't love. I think Horikoshi is trying to convey that Ray also feels guilty for Toya's loss and for burning Shoto, and that the only person who can understand that guilt and that loss is Enji, whom she's recognized as having changed. But I think Ray's forgiveness just felt a bit cheap, unearned. A lot of it happened off screen, which is why I feel that way. And Ray rekindling with her abuser is not a message that I particularly agree with. I think that should have been part of Enji's punishment, his atonement. Enji spends a lot of time making amends for Toya as he should, but Ray suffered a ton at the hands of Endeavor, so I really wish we could have seen what he had to say to her. That aside, I'm still impressed by My Hero Academia's ability to handle such a dark and terrible thing like abuse and give it real consequences and attitudes. Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto are all examples of the results of abuse. Their dispositions towards their father are those of real people. Natsuo was unable to carry on even simple pleasantries, like having dinner with Enji and making small talk. He can't do it. Every time he sees him, he is reminded of those terrible memories, and so he cuts him off completely. Every time he sees him, he is ready to berate his father. And I think that was cathartic for a lot of readers. Fuyumi, on the other hand, has forgiven
What was
Enji,
that?
simply because she desires
manga you
the
said
warmth
only?
of a real family. Shoto received the harshest treatment of the two, as both Rei and Endeavor both hurt him, and Enji burdened him both physically and mentally, abused him both physically and mentally. Shoto was the masterpiece, and now he is unsure and remains distant from his father. He has built up so much hatred for his father's treatment of him and his mother that he slowly became like Endeavor in his determination to try and not be him. And now he is trying to course correct. And where the nuance lies is that when Endeavor was fighting the Nomu, the three children all watched and feared and tensed up when Endeavor was on the brink of death. And they all teared up when their father was okay, even Natsu. Because at the end of the day, they are human, and that is their father who is trying. The feelings are all confused and complicated, and that's what it's like when it's family. Forgiveness is not required to move on, but for some it is. At the end of the series, Endeavor's family, while together, moves on without him. Shoto goes on to school, becomes a great hero, Natsuo cuts off all contact with his father, and Fuyumi has her new job. Enji Todoroki remains in hell, condemned to watching his firstborn, whom he destroyed, until he cannot anymore. Enji will loathe Endeavor until he cannot anymore. And Enji will dream about his family that is happy without him, until he cannot anymore. This is the hell of his own creation.
Okay. Alright. Yeah. Alright. So okay, that's funny. Alright guys, so what I'm gonna do, yeah, you can send me one if you have something in mind. Yeah, send me one more. We'll do one more on the call at night. You can send me one more. I'll call it night. And then I don't think I'm gonna be here tomorrow. I might be back on Friday. Alright, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. The Walton Files? What's the Walton Files? King of the Streets? What is that? King of the Streets. Did we talk about that? I think we did. We probably did. I don't remember. I don't remember this. Huh. Huh. White teacher. Huh. White tea. A YouTube. I mean, why a YouTube channel about real fighting? Is it showing people fighting, or is it like an educational type fighting? Like, all right. I'll go to Instagram. Let's get this real quick. God damn, Instagram! I just opened the app, bro. That's a question. Okay. Walton files. Okay. What the hell is this? Oh. There it is.
Hey guys, what's up? Jubitaz back with a new video where today we're going to be talking about one of the most interesting and beloved yet controversial characters, that being Sasuke Uchiha, a character that is rather underrated, or should I say underappreciated within the fan base by those that just brush him off as just some edgy menace and fail to see the complexity and importance of his character. Sasuke is arguably the one that moves the plot the most, and Kishimoto has this habit of taking him off screen in order
Yes, and Naruto and his friends try to stop him by trying to send him back to the village. He's like, fuck that, I'm pushing the plot, bitch.
build suspense or intrigue in the story. He's the driving force for the main character, is always on his mind, and is tied to his goal of becoming the Hokage. One of the reasons why Sasuke is such a compelling yet polarizing character is because of how he refuses to conform to the shinobi system and is always looking to challenge it, and even dismantle it and change it. Though a lot of people do not agree with the approaches that he takes. So today, I'm here to pose this question. Was Sasuke right about the shinobi system? That same system that caused everyone so much pain? Well, today we'll do a deep analysis on this topic. Now, I already have 2 separate Sasuke videos, and the last thing that I'd want is to recycle old ideas. So think of this as a class video or complete analysis on Sasuke's motivations throughout the story. And then towards the end, I will look at the events post the 4th war to determine if Sasuke's revolution was the correct move in hindsight. So before we analyze Sasuke's thoughts during the final stages of the show, we have to take a look at his journey and his humble beginnings. The main difference between Naruto and Sasuke is that Naruto suffered the pain of being alone and never having experienced love, while Sasuke experienced the pain of having that love ripped out of his life. Sasuke only really became so cold and desolate after the events of the Uchiha massacre. Before that, he was a cheerful and happy kid. Sasuke lived in the shadow of his older brother Itachi. Literally, he looked up to him and adored him. But he also felt envious, because he saw Itachi as a perfect being, and who could blame him? That's how he was raised. Everyone in the young Sasuke's life spoke about Itachi as a genius, a god. From the academy instructor to the rice cake shop owner calling him the pride of the clan, and even their own father Fugaku, who always compared Sasuke to his elder brother and said stuff like, "Why'd I think you'd be like Itachi?" or "Keep this up and you'll be just like your brother." So while this did bother him a bit deep down, those feelings were drowned by the admiration he had for his elder brother, who was always kind, even if somewhat dismissive towards him. However, little Sasuke was in the dark about what was going on with his brother and his clan and his village. He was too young for either Itachi or Fugaku to let him in on the tension or unstable relationship between the Uchiha and the Leaf. The only sign he saw was Itachi flipping out that one time when he was accused of killing Shisui and then swiftly humbled the Uchiha conspirators Deka, Inabi, and Yashiro. However, afterwards, he didn't think that much of it. So you could imagine the devastation he felt that one night when he returned and saw his entire compound slaughtered and his brother standing atop his parents' corpses. At first he refused to believe that Itachi would do such a thing, so Itachi had to take drastic measures and put him under Tsukuyomi Genjutsu and have him relive his clan's massacre for 72 hours straight in order to mold him into this avenger that would avenge the Uchiha clan, just to enact his long-term plans. People really underestimate the trauma inflicted onto Sasuke. I believe he dealt with the most traumatic event in the show. I see a lot of folk try to compare his trauma to Kakashi's when they were nothing alike. Like, there was no mastermind behind the scenes trying to push Kakashi into a certain role. This is what gave Sasuke his edge. Being a genocide survivor is not a light thing. He built a shell around himself because he didn't want anything to distract him from his goal, one that he didn't even realize was subliminally implanted into him by his brother. However, then comes Team 7 to fill that hole that was in Sasuke's heart. Sasuke admits that for a little while there, he thought that he could be content by having Team 7 become his new family, that maybe with time he could learn to get over his past, maybe even let go of his revenge. However, that all changes when he hears that Itachi...
You sent a cat, right? What was that? Like, it was jamming, right? Why didn't it go off? Why did the sounding go off? That's weird. You sent a kitty cat thing, jamming, right? Can you do me a favor, Cal? Can you send one gem? Please, like, send one gem. You don't have to send a big gift or anything. Just one little gem. I want to see if the sound makes sense. Because that's going to be concerning if it didn't make any noise. You have enough, like, for one gem or... Why is it not going off? Okay, Sad sent something, but why is it not going off? What the fuck? Okay, that's weird. Why is it not making... Okay, exercise. Why is it not making any noise? Hold on. That was weird. Should have made a cool noise. Hold on. Is it working? Yeah, it's there. Okay. It's working. Interesting. Oh! I'm stupid. We're on that... Fuck. I just realized why it didn't go off. I was on the wrong, what do you call it? The wrong scene. That's why. I was like, wait, why didn't it go off? Makes sense now. Sorry about that. Sad, do you have enough for one coin just to make sure it's working? I need a small one. Just a small one. Just make sure it's working. Yep, it didn't go off. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? Wait, maybe I have to turn it off and turn it back on. OBS. Oh, wait. Sorry, my dude. I wish I can do it any other way. Let me see. Just go. Oh, that was weird. That's a weird one. I don't know what the fuck. Hold on. Power move. Oh yeah, I'm still charging my power move. Okay.
He's back in town. It's almost like Sasuke was a sleeper agent and the Avenger within him rose to the surface when he was reminded of his evil elder brother. He knew how dangerous Itachi could be, and the fact that Itachi massacred all the Uchiha and left only him alive, him alone, meant that Sasuke had to be special, that he was the only one capable of surpassing and putting an end to the irredeemable Itachi Uchiha. However, after Itachi brutalized Sasuke, put him under the Tsukuyomi Genjutsu again,
Did?
and sent him to the hospital, that not only reawakened
Why is
Sasuke's severe PTSD, but amplified his feelings of failure and guilt. He felt like he'd wasted all that time and didn't grow
No, it
at
does
all
work.
from the last time he dealt with Itachi.
Why
And
is
to
it
watch
not-
his once a loser rival surpass him in every step along the way, and even have Itachi personally acknowledge Naruto while still dismissing Sasuke and treating him as too worthless to kill, only added fuel to Sasuke's inferiority complex. For someone that had such an
Oh, no,
important
that's weird.
mission,
I don't know
he
what's
was
going
nowhere
on.
near ready
I'll have
to
to fix
complete
it again.
That's what made it so easy for the
God, why is this
Soundboard
so
to convince him
frustrating?
to come to Orochimaru.
Thank you, though.
He wasn't gonna get strong enough to defeat Itachi playing ninja with the Genin of the Leaf. His own sensei was hospitalized after one encounter against Itachi, and no one acknowledged his pain or trauma. The best Kakashi could tell him was to let it go, and Sakura was just guilting him into staying with her, not thinking about what this meant to Sasuke and how this really wasn't any of her
Thank you,
business.
Fish. I appreciate
Naruto,
it. Thank
as
you.
always, was the one that could get closest to Sasuke, and even he didn't really understand what was driving him. This is a part of the reason why Sasuke won in the first Valley of the End battle, because Sasuke had resolve and knew what his goals were. Unlike Naruto, who was clueless, didn't understand Sasuke yet, and was just ready to beat him senseless and drag him back just because he didn't want to lose a friend. This transition is considered to be the best one for his character by most of the fanbase, that being Happy Sasuke. Even though he still had the curse mark, this Sasuke wasn't really
Oh,
influenced by
wow,
Orochimaru at
winding
all,
up?
and had a moral
Hello?
compass, that being Itachi. He considered Itachi to be the representation of pure evil, and he
Yeah.
did not want to stoop to his level. That's
gotta
why he
get that
turned against
Uzumaki with-
Orochimaru and freed all of his
Right.
prisoners. Suigetsu called this Sasuke a man now among us who will bring stability and peace because of his strict no-killing policy. And his natural leadership charisma drew the members of
Still
Taka to
didn't make a
willingly
noise.
join him on his quest. The
What
only
the
time
hell?
you could argue that
Okay, what the... Is this... Yeah, go ahead. Oh, when it comes to drawing hair, I always make it into a silhouette first, and then you draw on top of it or paint on it. One of those two things. Make a silhouette of the entire hair first, get the shape of the entire hair by making a silhouette, and then molding it exactly what you want if you're using a reference, and then you can either draw on top of it or you can paint it. I'm doing the painting. I am not going to be drawing it. Well, I don't know. I may put some inking around it, but I'm not going to draw every strand. I'm going to paint my way through. That's part of the lesson.
this Sasuke may have been ready to kill was when he was confronted by King
If it's
7.
messy here, that's
and that's
fine, but you
because
have
they
to
kept
be
getting in the
You
way
have to
of
be
him and his
mindful
goal.
when you do the silhouette that you do those strands that stand out.
Sasuke prioritized his goal of vengeance above
Welcome
all
back,
else.
Cody.
His family were killed in cold blood and deserved avenging. Itachi had to be stopped, and he saw those bonds as a hindrance to his mission, something that not only held him back in terms of strength, but in his goals as well. He wanted to feel unburdened in his quest of ridding the world of the evil that is Itachi Uchiha, who was the only one that Sasuke
Yeah, no
wanted
problem.
to kill. He was gonna use his hatred of him to offset the imbalance in power that Itachi had due to possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though little did he know that he was living his life exactly the way Itachi wanted him to. This was Itachi's vision for Sasuke, the avenger of the Uchiha clan. And Itachi subtly did all that he could so that Sasuke would remain on this path. He even took some precautions in case the masked man approached Sasuke, first by smearing him, and then by implanting the Amaterasu and having it react to Tobi's Sharingan, because he knew that the only way Sasuke would remain on this path is if he remained in the dark about the truth behind the massacre. Of course, Obito had his own agenda. He was losing Akatsuki members left to right, so he needed a new powerful ally, someone that had a good reason to despise the Leaf Village. This is easily the best part of Naruto in my opinion. when Sasuke has his world shattered when Tobi tells him the truth about Itachi, finding out that not only has his entire persona been subliminally fabricated by his elder brother, but that he didn't even know who his elder brother was, that his initial thoughts were true, that Itachi was a political pawn that was sacrificed for the greater good of the Leaf, that his clan was massacred for the same cause, and that the village elders knew about this all along. This is when Sasuke had his identity crisis. Sasuke spent most of his life trying to find an object to fixate his hatred and trauma onto, and Itachi served that role at first. But after he learned the truth, Sasuke couldn't look the other way and pretend everything was fine, and he especially couldn't ignore the Leaf's role in his clan's annihilation or the predicament that they enforced upon his brother. Even though Itachi did everything for the Leaf's protection, Sasuke was overwhelmed with survivor's guilt, anger, and hatred. The peace that was maintained in Konoha came at the cost of his family and loved ones. It simply wasn't realistic for Sasuke to forgive the Leaf, and especially the elders. This was when Sasuke abandoned his ideals of before. The steps that he took to avoid unnecessary killings got him nowhere near avenging or restoring his clan. Sasuke was being consumed by his rage and his wrath. And people will talk about how Sasuke started to act erratically, not understanding that this was the whole point. You can't expect someone that had been subjected to the same level of tragedy and manipulation as Sasuke to act rationally. He was losing his mind, and Tobi was using that darkness to steer him into conflict against the protagonists. Like Kakashi said, Sasuke was a victim of his circumstances, and his angst and outbursts are what makes him one of the most human characters. And Sasuke remains on his revenge-driven path until he reunites with the reanimated Itachi in the 4th Great Ninja War. When Sasuke fights and defeats Kabuto alongside his brother, and gets to hear Itachi admit the failures of his own path, and most importantly, finally acknowledge Sasuke and give him the approval that he'd yearned for most of his life, Sasuke's character progresses to its next stage. While he still had disdain for Konoha, he wanted to understand the whole village system to get a more nuanced perspective. He was no longer the kid that was manipulated by Itachi or by Tobi. He was ready to walk his own path and make his own decisions, which is why Orochimaru, someone that previously lusted over his body, decided to be a follower instead to help him reach his goals. Sasuke's next step was to understand what was this village that his brother sacrificed his life for, which is why he revived the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, in order to explain the reasoning behind why the shinobi system was created and where it faltered from its original goals. Hashirama explains that the village was something that joined clans of the warring states, an invaluable cornerstone that created order out of chaos and then maintained it, protected children, and made momentary peace a reality. However, he also admitted to its failures, the darkness that resulted from it, which Itachi had to bear. Now, I doubt I have to get into this. I have a plethora of videos that dive into the darkness of the village, but essentially, while the village was a step up from the Warring States era, it wasn't the final solution. It didn't guarantee peace for everyone, which is why Sasuke rejected the system, especially since him and his clan had been a victim of the system. However, one concept he didn't reject was that of the Hokage or the shinobi, which is the one that endures for their goal. That's why he considered Itachi to be the true Hokage, because Itachi endured the darkness of the village for the goal of maintaining peace. Sasuke admired that aspect. However, he wasn't gonna be a slave to the village or the system like Itachi was. Sasuke decided to stop the infinite Tsukuyomi because it would have rendered all of the sacrifices that the former ninja had died for useless, like his elder brother. So he was willing to fight alongside Naruto in order to prevent that from happening. However, that doesn't mean that his goals aligned with Naruto at all. Both wanted to become the Hokage, but both of them had a polar opposite definition of that word. Naruto's definition was tied to the conversation he had with Itachi, while Sasuke's was more akin to how Itachi lived his life. The one that takes on all the darkness of the village by himself in order to maintain peace. He decided that he wanted to take on that burden by himself, and that was the only way to dismantle the shinobi system that caused him so much pain. When Sasuke declared his revolution, he said he was going to do two main things. He was gonna execute the current 5 Kage and the tailed beasts as well, neither of which was due to any personal grudge. This was no longer the Sasuke that was seeking revenge or being manipulated by others. This was the conclusion he arrived to after learning about the origins of the shinobi system. He was going to destroy and then rebuild. The reason he wanted to kill the 5 Kage was because they were the remnants of this failed system. And by killing them, not only would he sever the past, but he would also give everyone a reason to fear and detest him, thereby shouldering all the darkness by himself. He also blamed the Kage for a lot of the wars and scandals that occurred in the past.
Yep,
And as
yes,
for
the
the
lead
tailed
propaganda
beasts,
is
it was nothing personal to them either, but for as long as the Bijou existed, Shinobi wanted to enslave them in order to control their powers. The concept of Jinchuriki was born out of the warmongering desires of mankind. And as long as the tailed beasts exist, there was gonna be those that sought out their power. So by ridding the world of the Bijou and the Kage, Sasuke would become the one source of darkness in the shinobi world. And as for Naruto, Sasuke had to kill him too because Naruto was never gonna allow Sasuke to walk that path. However, Naruto's blood would be the last that he'd shed. In this way, he'd ensure that no one else suffers the same way he or Itachi did. So I think we can finally circle back to the title of this video. Was Sasuke right with his revolution or with his idea of dismantling the shinobi system and bearing the darkness and hatred of the 5 hidden villages alone? Well, let's first look at the correct things that he pointed out. He was right about the shinobi system being inherently flawed, and about the great nations being bound to fight each other again, that they needed a common enemy to unite them, and that's the role he was gonna fulfill. If all the ninja wars have proven anything, it's that if the Kage are left to their own devices, they'd eventually return to their warmongering ways. And that was just in the nature of shinobi. Even if the current Kage acknowledged their role in the shinobi world's instability, it'll only be a matter of time till they're replaced and the more corrupt actor takes their place. The mist, the sand, the stone, and the cloud were all modeled after the leaf. And Sasuke got some key personal insights from the founder of the system itself. So if Sasuke became this immortal dictator that unified all shinobi against him, it would in theory maintain the stability in the shinobi world. He was by far the most powerful being, so no one would stand up to him, and he'd almost monopolize the darkness of the shinobi world. He'd remain in the shadows and ensure that no other major tragedy like the Uchiha massacre occurred again. And everyone would remain united out of hatred or fear of Sasuke. Sasuke would have to show up every now and then to remind everyone that he's still alive and a threat, just like Itachi when he visited the village that one time. Of course, this would be a lonely and miserable existence for Sasuke, and there's no telling what effect that would have on him, but Sasuke believed that he could handle it. He believed that the only way he could truly take on that role was severing his bonds and ties to the past. That's why Naruto was his main obstacle. If he managed to kill him, then he would be unburdened in that dark quest. However, Naruto fought till the end and did his best to maintain their bond, because he didn't want Sasuke to take on such a task by himself. Like I said earlier, Naruto followed Itachi's words, which were that one couldn't do everything alone, that perhaps the only way for a perfect being to exist was for the two opposing sides of the same coin to work together. And it's not to say that Naruto's approach or method was wrong. Obviously, it would be more efficient for the both of them to cooperate in order to maintain world peace. But the problem with Naruto was that he was apolitical and almost too idealistic. He acknowledges Sasuke's pain, but he never addresses the root cause or the problems with the shinobi system or the village. He doesn't change anything about it, despite him and his best friend being both victims of it. He doesn't have the political knack to do so. And he doesn't even bother removing the elders Koharu and Homura from their leadership roles despite their complicity in his best friend's clan's massacre. Maybe their political positions were too high for even the Hokage to change effectively, like true oligarchs. I mean, they were the main pipeline between the Leaf and the Land of Fire's feudal lords. Sasuke just had to suck it up and keep his feelings to himself. Heck, he was the one imprisoned and sent on a journey to try to atone for his sins. Meanwhile, those elders don't face any accountability for their actions. Though of course, as the deuteragonist, Sasuke's revolution couldn't be the right answer, and Naruto's idealism had to win. And of course, The problem with the Shinobi system remain unaddressed. Yes, there are good actors that play now, and no one would dare to act out while Naruto and Sasuke are around, but the second they're gone, everything could go back to the way it was. Not saying that Sasuke's revolution was perfect, but in terms of maintaining the unity between all shinobi, it likely could have worked. Sasuke himself would have been in control of any evil that would rise. It would kind of be like Nagato's philosophy in a sense. Remember how the Rain Village talked about pain? They were all thankful that he ended the wars and brought stability to Amigakure, which was a better alternative to the village's past, but they also feared him quite a bit. And with Sasuke, he could maintain order from the shadows. The Kage and the Bijou would just be small sacrifices for the greater good. And no one would have to experience what Itachi or the Uchiha clan had to go through. One could even say that if he'd gotten rid of the tailed beasts, then even the Otsutsuki wouldn't have a reason to come to Earth, since there'd be no Bijou to collect. That is unless they go there regardless to investigate Kaguya's disappearance. And had Sasuke severed the link to the past and gotten rid of those two geezers, then there wouldn't be another Itachi, like Boruto, who's now in a similar predicament to Itachi. The secret hero who'd lost everything and had to take the blame for everything despite being the one that's protecting everyone from the shadows. And all that Koharu and Homura can do is smear him and paint him as the villain. Like, I understand why, but all I'm saying is that they're so useless and never help out with anything that they might as well have been killed off or at least forced into retirement. So Sasuke does raise a lot of good points by challenging the status quo and the shinobi system, and that's why I consider him to be a much more dynamic character than Naruto. He's truly a character that you begin to understand once you rewatch the show a couple of times. And that's probably why most of the Narutubers like Sasuke so much as a character, except for maybe NC Hammer, I guess. But the rest of the Naruto YouTubers actually understand Sasuke's character. Like, imagine thinking Sasuke's indebted to protect the leaf because of Itachi's will. I like Itachi, but he was a slave to the village propaganda and its ideology, which is why characters like Nagato and Sasuke are a breath of fresh air, and they add a lot of nuance to the story by standing against the leaf. Anyways, this has been it for today's analysis of Sasuke Uchiha. Now, if you guys want to hear me talk about Boruto and his struggles with the shinobi system, then do let me know in the comments, as I believe such a video does have potential. And other than that, make sure you drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Peace out.
Alright, so with that said, we're gonna jump out of here, guys. I don't think I'll be on tomorrow. I'm gonna be on pretty much Friday, because tomorrow's Thursday. So if I'm not on tomorrow, I'm not on, but if I am, you'll see if I am. So I'm gonna let you guys go. Yes, he was. He was a fine soldier. Alright. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for coming in. We're gonna continue this study on Friday or tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're very close of getting this study right. Very, very close. More close than I ever been. But yeah. Oh, I think I did get them. But I'm not sure. I don't remember. Alright. Be safe, guys. Later, guys. Okay, I think I need to watch anime again now. That I'm older. Yeah, alright. Later, guys. Later, Andre.